And with that, I'd now like to invite Mr. Nitin Naran, President of AICF, to please come up.
Ladies, each one of you possess the skill and the strategy to win the tournament. But what is more important is that you possess the resilience and the excellence that inspires the millions and millions of young girls across the world.
We can say that everyone knows chess is Asian game of India, so we are attached to it, and we love to play chess as long as we are.
Hello. Namaste. Good afternoon from Pune here in India at the 5th Women's Grand Prix of 2025. And I have National Master Sahil Tagore with me. Welcome, Sahil bhai.
Thank you, Rakesh. This is such a great opportunity to be here for such an important event. And we have one of the top players of the world coming here to Pune, India, and battling it out in a game of chess. And what an exciting day one it was. I couldn't cover it, Rakesh, but I saw a lot of results.
Absolutely. It was like 4 out of the 5 games ended decisively, and if you could pull up the graphics for the day one results as well, and some spicy matchups happening today as well. So there you have it. So it's the first result of the day was Jiner beating Harika on board 2. Then there was a draw between Vaishali and Humpy. Then I think it was Polina Shuvalova who beat Kashlinskaya in a very topsy-turvy game. And then Sahil, game of the day. You must have seen that game.
Yeah, absolutely. What a stunning game by Divya. And as we can see, 2 wins by white, 2 wins by black, and a draw. So it's absolutely even Stevens right now. Round 2 is going to be super, super important. Who will take the lead? Rakesh, any guesses?
It's anybody's, your guess is as good as mine, because I think today's most important matchup would be that board 2 clash which we see between 2 Indian stars, Divya Deshmukh and Vaishali Rameshbabu. And I think apart from that, we have Salome Melia versus Koneru Humpy, and Shuvalova versus Salimova, and the last 2 both, Sahil. Also, we have Harika versus Kashlinskaya, and the 2 winners are playing on the last board, that is Munguntuul versus Jiner. So I think, Sahil, that is where we might have our leader after day 2.
Absolutely. When well begun is half done. This is what we see. That is what we saw at freestyle chess as well. Multiple events happening at the same time. And I think if you take the lead, you potentially can win the match. And everybody will be preparing super, super hard for this match. Rakesh, by the opening battle will be very, very important.
Very true, very true. these players are the top women players in the world and very good preparation. And yesterday we also saw your favorite London system in Divya's game.
But Divya crushed it, no? So
yeah, that is true. But it was really nice. All different matchups, all different openings, and then we have the amazing cross table as well that you can see here, and just shows we have almost 4 players in the joint lead, 2 of them in the middle, and 4 players already trying to play catch up style.
absolutely, the bottom 4 will be out for blood today. You know, Magnus Carlsen says it often, if I lose, I'm going to strike back with the win and get that confidence back. And that's exactly what all the 4 players are thinking. Even the ones the top have the momentum already. So we will see bloodbath today. I'm expecting another at least 4 results today.
4 decisive results.
Yeah, at least 4.
At least. Okay, that's a very, very bold prediction there, Sahil. I think we'll have 3. And we have the main clash of today, Divya versus Vaishali.
Yeah, and we will have the opening move soon, and we can see both players. Which move?
Yeah, I think D4, and I think it's played by Mr. Sameer Pathak, the CEO of the Global Chess League.
Yeah, it's glad to have him here. And I think it is D4. Rakesh, usually do players kind of mention the move they intend to play, or do they kind of also gamble a bit sometimes?
It's a mix nowadays, and we also, I think that was Niranjan Godbole, the tournament director, playing a D5 if it's D4 D5 for Vaishali, but soon both players have taken back their moves.
It's ripe for a London system, Rakesh. It's absolutely ripe. Divya, used defeated London yesterday, and she could use it today to win as well. So we'll see what happens. The game's starting in just a few moments. We are hyped up, and chat, you will also see this soon. So there it is, handshakes, and the clocks have begun.
Yeah, and no, she changes him. I think that's a E4. We'll
Yeah.
have it on our boards as well pretty soon. So let's see, games are live, chat, and let us know your predictions in the comments. And we are just having a look, and do let us know if you fancy a particular player or you would like to see a particular game.
Absolutely, and we will read that immediately after 15 minutes. So glad to see the feedback loop. But anyways, as of now, we can see moves coming in. We will have them on the board soon. And whenever those moves come in, Rakesh, we will go through the opening moves. But I would say in this particular clash, right? So we have Divya, who was part of the Olympia team. We have Vaishali, who's also been so strong and also part. So they are friends as well. Sometimes they won together. So what do you expect? Is it difficult to play against somebody you've worked with and you're friends with? Or do you think it's kind of the same deal over the board?
I think these players are thorough professionals. So it might have mattered earlier, but now, if they're professionals, so they're pretty much used to this by now. But yeah, somebody you've won the Olympiad with and playing, and maybe I know these 2 players have their task cut out for them. Very difficult, but it's actually for the women's candidates, this event.
Absolutely. We can see the AICF logo. We can see multiple logos behind us because this is literally fighting it out for those, topmost spots in the world to kind of become world champion one day. That's the dream of every chess player. You ask any kid nowadays in any tournament, they'll be like, I want to be youngest world champion. It's become like the biggest trend after Gokesh. I think all of them have their eyes set out for that one thing, that one goal.
True. And I think maybe we can switch to Munguntuul versus Jiner, because that's a game I can see some moves.
Yeah.
And I don't see game moves in any other game so far, but let's just check this out. You could also have the players on camera, and there we go. So, Sahil, Munguntuul played a marathon game. 78th move was the blunder by her opponent, and she finally managed to win. And it was a crazy game. Bishop versus knight, just one pawn remaining, and she managed to win the knight. So she must be really happy, and she gets another white versus somebody who is the winner of the last FIDE Grand Prix.
Wow. And I firmly believe people who can really grind it out in that long game, right? You push your opponent to the absolute limits, get them tired, and then you kind of come out on top. That's the quality of a very, very strong player. So I expect a battle here. Bishop D3, Rakesh. Are we expecting E5 here, taking the center? Will Black play G6? What are your expectations?
Yeah, plenty of G6 can go into the dragon, kind of a dragon. E5 is possible. Knight C6 is possible. And, nice to see Munguntuul after the win yesterday and playing for the win with the Open Sicilian. And Jiner, we know what a super calculator she is. Not afraid from a fight, and I think we should see a move because I think I saw her play something.
Yeah, we'll have the move soon. I think we always have technical difficulties, in the first couple of days. It's pretty normal. But as of now, Rakesh, I'm getting a feeling all these players are super serious. I just came in today. I couldn't see anyone. Everybody's focused. Preparing. How much preparation do you think each player is? Kind of going through every round. How many hours? Previous night, in the morning. Are they playing throughout? Are players resting? What's your expectation?
So, the time I've been since the last 2-3 days, I've been seeing very little of players because, as you know, 2 spots are up for grab for the women's candidates in 2026. So everything to play for so many players, almost 3 to 4 players have an outside chance here, Sahil. So players, I think, easily over something over 4 to 5 hours of prep, including both the days, and 4 to 5 hours of playing time. So it's a very important event, and you can understand the importance of this event because FIDE actually released the pairings 3 weeks ago.
Wow.
So the pairings, the colors, everything was known so that players could prepare nicely for this event.
Rakesh, that's a great point. So if the pairings have been released 3 weeks prior, from every player's perspective, it might make sense to just kind of go for completely new openings. That's what Divya also mentioned yesterday, right? She said, you know what? I have never played this. My opponent could not have played this. And maybe that's something very, very important. You play something you never played, and your opponent's entire 3 weeks, you just point.
Yeah, pretty much. And speaking of Divya and an opening, let's jump into her game against Vaishali, our featured matchup, because we have the moves now. And let's take it from the start, Sahil.
Yeah.
So E4, we saw D4, D5 on the inauguration move board. But that was a nice trick. And it was the Spanish by leader Divya Deshmukh, bishop A4, knight F6. Pretty standard. Vaishali going for the delayed Berlin here. D4, bishop E7, rook E1, pawn to B5, and now the craziness already starts.
Yeah, this is not an opening night play. I'm not sure if this is all theory or not, but I am still going with the fact that I think Divya, at least Divya for sure, might be trying out new openings in this event. Rook takes E4, giving up the bishop, the star piece for white. The bishop sits on B3, attacks F7, has long-term play. White, batters tooth and nail for this bishop, and she just gives it away for some opening idea.
Yeah, and also you can see the timings on the clock on the left side. Both players look very, very well prepared. 925, of course, a brilliant move.
Who doesn't love a brilliant sign, Rakesh?
Yeah.
I mean, it's always, whenever this happens, I'm like, yeah, when the players go back and see, they will be super, super happy with this.
Yeah, and we have about 84 games played so far, and it's 95, rook E5, pawn to A4, queen to E2. Look at the amount of prep by both players. Even Vaishali has 1 minute 34, 1 hour 34 seconds. So both players very, very well prepared, and you can see players are blitzing, Sahil.
Who wants to castle, Rakesh? It's not trendy nowadays. Yeah, the king on F8 is very, very happy. So, I mean, F6, the bishop is also blocked. This is what opening theory can do sometimes. Break opening principles, double pawns on the A file, rook on E3, blocking the bishop on C1, the king on F8. I mean, it's just so unorthodox.
True. And, just 3 games played in this position so far.
Wow.
And bishop F5, queen F3. Both players are not giving up. And finally, we see, a new move. That was queen D7 is a new move. Bishop D7 was earlier played in one game. But once Vaishali plays queen D7, Divya knows this variation as well. Because she plays knight takes D5. And is bishop G4 on the board? Not sure.
If that has happened, that would be insane because it's literally where the preparation ended. That shows how difficult chess is. If you prepare with an engine at home, sometimes you kind of, okay, this is the position I can understand. Now I know what's happening, but sometimes you don't know what's happening and one move can take the game away.
And Sahil, you might think, rook E7 or something is winning, but the only way.
Let me guess.
Yeah.
So I can see the bishop on G4. I can see there's some, pattern on F6, something happening on F6. Because if I take on f6 with the knight, you take my queen, I take your queen with the check, and I have at least one a pawn. I'm guessing that could be it or something else.
Yeah, that is indeed the move. And after knight takes f6, let's say you just recapture my knight, then the rook in the corner hangs.
Oh.
And I'm not sure if she has blundered, because this might be the shortest game in Women's Grand Prix history. Because we are just 8 moves in. So, producer G, can we zoom into the game and see if Black's bishop is actually on g4 or not?
Good point. If the bishop is on g4.
Can we go full screen, please? And, just check in. Oh my God!
It's on g4!
It is on g4. Divya is just winning.
Look at Divya giving Vaishali a stare. I think Vaishali has seen it now. I saw Vaishali give a subtle nod. That poker face is not always easy to maintain. And Divya, if she had seen knight d5 at home, she knows this is a blunder. This is exactly what you're hoping for.
But you don't expect your Olympia teammate, a grandmaster, to blunder and just lose in 17 moves. This is game over if she finds knight into f6.
Ooh, this is insane. And especially because now Vaishali has to sit there and she has to think, oh, why did I play bishop g4? The longer Divya takes, the longer her anxiety and her, the emotions take over the game. And it's even less likely that she comes back. She has to be absolutely brute force calculator here. Be brutal. Okay, I made a mistake. I need to find out what's the best defense. But that's not easy sitting in her shoes right now.
Yeah, I don't know what went wrong. It's definitely, some prep gone wrong. Maybe she mixed up a couple of opening ideas. But let's just show it to our viewers and our audience. If we show the chess.com board, that let's see what happens.
Yeah.
Knight takes f6. Let's, just try and analyze. Bishop takes f3 is one very important option. Then, like you said, knight d7 check. King e8. And, of course, even rook into f3 should be winning that endgame. But here, the computer likes knight e5, knight c5. And it's still over. So it's like 4 to 6. And one clear pawn up. The pawn on a4 is weak. The pawn on a6. Look at these pawns.
The bishop on e7 is pinned. The king can't castle anymore. And once I move the rook, the bishop is coming straight to g5.
Correct.
And this is
pin and win.
Yeah, very, very uncomfortable. I would say at this level, this is probably even lost. And what happens if, let's say, I just take the knight on f6, Rakesh?
So yeah, knight f6. Let's say bishop takes f6. I get your rook in the corner. And in fact, if you move your king, I can be a little more ambitious. I know my development isn't complete. My king might be unsafe, but
it's okay.
2 rooks.
The whitest king is happy. We can develop later. No issues. I won't complain too much. So only 2 rooks I have gobbled up so far. So the white queen is kind of doing that composition pretty well. And either of these positions does not look very convincing, Rakesh. It feels like a position where black could potentially even resign.
Yeah, and we might not have the exact engine moves here, but the bar on the left just suggests that white is completely winning. And I don't know what she missed. I'm now very curious. And this was going to be our featured game of the day.
It is the featured game, Rakesh. This rarely happens. And I think it's basically sometimes what happens is when your opponent is playing very fast, you also do not want to lose that psychological edge.
That happens at our level, Sahil.
No. I mean,
the world's highest.
No, I mean, at my level, I don't prepare at all. So, I mean, that's quite different. But I think the thing is, you want to play quickly. You also want to demonstrate that you know this line. You are not psychologically behind. But sometimes your opponent has looked at this in the morning, maybe, and you looked at it maybe 2 months back, 6 months back, and you might miss out a little detail, one move order or something. Maybe the rook was on e2 here for white, not on e3. Who knows? And then the pin could make sense. And maybe that's a potential problem. And Vaishali hurried a little bit, and now she is completely lost. But Divya still has to find it.
Yeah, she still has to find it. And producer G, if you could just zoom in and show the board position. I just want to check in once again, like there's no DGT error or something. If you could show, that angle. And can we zoom into this angle, please? If possible. Yeah, that's perfect. So Sahil, knight d5 is there.
Yeah.
Queen f3, rook e3, pawn on f6, bishop e7. Yeah. So position is correct. We can see the cameras. I mean, Divya is confused.
Yeah, the thing is, I feel Divya sensing the critical moment. It's all good.
Yeah, it is. She knows something is amiss. Something has gone wrong, and it would be great if we are also recording this and we have the footage later just to see what's actually gone wrong here. But I'm just so shocked. Like, how can a game at this level finish or be over in 17 moves? I'm really confused by this. And
Rakesh, I love a miniature. I absolutely love a miniature because
Chad loves a mini.
And Chad, if you're watching this, do write, I think cheer your favorite player here because still Divya hasn't found the move, so anything is possible. Maybe Vaishali could confuse matters. Rakesh, sometimes what happens when you're winning, it's not completely winning, and you start to give little concessions. Let me exchange the queens. Still winning. Let me exchange the rook. Still winning. Sometimes you can potentially draw these positions.
Wow. And actually, Sahil, I think Vaishali looks so confident. Maybe, like, I don't know, is the evaluation bar gone wrong? But it just looks over. I really feel, there has been a confusion of two lines or something which has created this problem for her.
But Rakesh, I'm excited. I'm excited to see Divya play that winning move. If that happens, it will be a beautiful shot to capture. So let's stick to this game. And as it happens, then we can switch to the others. Meanwhile, I'll give you an update. In majority of the games, White is doing pretty well. I think, again, the Humpy game, it's roughly balanced. In the Salimova game, it's slightly better for Shuvalova. And in the Harika game, Harika is slightly better with White. So all players doing pretty well. But this is the only one where one side is only winning.
True. I mean, you see, dude, she has played it. She has played it. Knight into f6. Divya Deshmukh is super sharp. She won an amazing game yesterday and she can clearly spot the tactic. And now we will see how quickly Vaishali replies. Is there some opening prep or maybe she just missed it all along?
I don't know if we have an angle where we can see Vaishali's expressions, but as of now, she really must be regretting playing that move quickly. She tried to save some time on the previous move, and unfortunately, now she will have to spend 5 times the time on this one. And Rakesh, so what is the best potential move for Black here? Or is it just so lost that it's over?
Sahil, sometimes if you take time, you can dig yourself out of a hole. But now, sadly, this is just over. Wow. It says plus 3.9, which is almost plus 4 for White. So it looks like whatever Vaishali does is just game over.
And just to remind our audience, +1 means it's basically an extra pawn. So imagine having 4 extra pawns in a position at this level. Rakesh, this is... Do you expect Vaishali to fight on or do you expect her to resign?
I think she might just take some time to take it in, just understand, what went wrong. And she must be very, very disappointed with herself. But it's also very sad for her as well. She's playing the Grand Prix. She doesn't want to lose like that. And I'm pretty sure, Divya being a very good friend, she also does not want to win like this against her good friend.
Yeah, I agree. And also... just imagine this. The accuracy for White here, for Divya, is 99.4.
Wow.
That is insane. That is, Stockfish couldn't do better right now. It's all preparation. It's great preparation, perfect preparation for our opponent. And Vaishali, whose accuracy is 91.4, we should not forget only 17 moves have been played. So that means she probably made a mistake on 1 or max 2 moves and the game is over.
Yeah, and she has played a move. Bishop takes f3 on the board. Can we go full screen? Let's show the players and capture their emotions as much as possible.
In a second, the queen has been grabbed on d7. King comes to e8. And now, Rakesh, the important decision for Divya. So the logical move feels, let me just take the bishop on f3. My opponent will take the knight. And we play this endgame where I'm better. But there is apparently a better move you were saying. And that is knight to c5. So having that restraint is very, very important here. Because it doesn't feel like there's much of a difference. But there is apparently.
Yeah, knight c5, the idea is, I save my knight. Now your bishop is hanging. And your pawns are, just so unorganized, not connected at all.
Rakesh, if I told you this idea, I think it's I hope the chairs are stable enough, we don't fall down. Knight c5 is just brilliant. The idea actually is, wherever the bishop goes, I'm going to chase it down with the rook in one move, and the bishop opens up to come to g5. There is no square for the bishop on f3, where the rook cannot attack it.
So let's just try it out for chat.
Yeah.
And so if bishop goes to h5, I will attack it with rook e5.
Yeah.
And then, bishop is coming out. If the bishop goes to g4, I attack it with rook e4. And again, opening up the line for my bishop and pinning and winning this. Let's say bishop c6 is one option, right?
But rook e6 now. And we again attack that bishop, and the bishop is coming to g5. So that means... Yeah,
keep attacking.
Wow, this is a beautiful pattern, Rakesh. I've never seen this before in my entire life. You keep chasing that bishop with the rook and you gain that crucial tempo. So Divya has a winning move on her hands right now, and that could be knight to c5. Not an obvious move at all.
True, it just feels very unexpected, this game, and knight c5 is the main move. And if you could just, I think Divya's gonna maybe take a few minutes here.
Yeah.
And if I go back to the 17th move, Sahil, so here it's a very normal position. It just says white is plus 0.5. That like what you said, half a pawn, which is very normal at this level.
Yeah.
So like the only move here was rook to e8, activating your rook, protecting this, and also, Sahil, getting out of this nasty discovered attack from the rook.
Very important. I think sometimes we get in the hang of, you think, I'm attacking the queen, I'm gaining a tempo. What could go wrong with this move? And clearly something has. And I know we are focusing on this game a lot, but this is super rare. We might not see such a short game in the entire tournament. So this is very, very crucial. And it's also an important round for the standings, Rakesh.
Yeah.
Because Vaishali having a comfortable draw, Divya winning. Divya could now go to 2 out of 2 and would be the leader of the event.
Yeah, and even the other players are watching this. They might know, Divya has just won a game with black. Now with the white pieces, she's just winning in 18 moves. It's just so surprising. And, just after bishop g4 and letting our viewers know, our lovely chat, that if you also want to get strong at tactics, it's always simple to just think about CCT. That is checks, captures, threat. I haven't even thought about the champions test with them, but it's actually checks, captures, and threats. So your white can't give any good check, like only check is queen f6. So we ignore that. And then we have to think about captures in the position. And knight into f6 was such a capture. Divya, thought for about 8 minutes before she found this. And now the game looks pretty over. And we have not seen knight c5 so far from Divya yet.
Yeah, I think, Gotham Chess is about to release a course on this opening now, because clearly this move is so crazy. And the fact that rook e8 is the only move is a great advertisement for this line. And I think we'll see bunch of players play this. By the time we have this next event, I think this will be so boring. Black players have to figure out everything in this line.
Probably that is highly possible. And is anyone in chat seeing this crazy position side?
Yeah, they have actually not reached that yet because of the delay. So they will reach that soon. So we'll see those crazy comments come in pretty soon. And by the way, last move is king to e8. And now knight c5. That's what we're waiting for. Rakesh, how much time do you expect Divya will think here? Because she could spend the entire time. She could spend an hour here and find knight c5 and win the game.
Yeah, I think it is very important that she realizes that this is the critical moment. And, even actually, knight c5 is a win in she can go back to her room in half an hour. It's that simple. But even let's say she plays something like knight e5, still white is a pawn up, better development, pawn structure is good. It is still just lost for black in any way.
I agree, Rakesh. And there's this proverb in Hindi, when God closes one door, he opens another one. So we probably cannot come to g5. But after, the bishop moves, we can still, after knight e5 and bishop goes somewhere, we can come to d2 and then b4, and we will get that pattern again. So, the troubles don't end for Vaishali, unfortunately. And the problem is, Rakesh, how do you unpin this bishop? King f8, you just came from f8, d8, knight can give a check on f7. So how do you really unpin this?
That's a very, very big problem here. So, Sahil, do you think we have time to switch over, or we should focus on this game? What do you think?
No, I think we can switch to one game for the time being as Divya contemplates what to play here. Which game would you like to check out? Rakesh, maybe the game which has the most number of moves in.
Yeah. Which one is that?
That's a Zujiner game, I think. I can see the king on h7. When I see the king on h7, Rakesh, I see a bishop h7
Always
sacrifice.
a good idea.
So yeah, and that has happened. So maybe we can go through the moves now.
Yeah, and actually we saw this opening till bishop d3 chat. And after this, we saw e5, the most critical reply in the position. 92, castle, castle. Great. Like, I love the open Sicilian, you know. Result pretty much guaranteed.
Yeah.
It's just whoever is a better calculator is going to take this home.
You know, we should warn the bishop. The g4 square is not so lucky for it today. Just keep an eye out.
Yeah. Bishop e6, knight d5. Pawn takes. Oh, that is how the bishop. Now I see.
But that's a trade-off. So black decides, okay, I can give the corner pawn. I get the central pawn. But of course, at the end, the queen sits on d5. So now the task for black is to remove that queen from d5, push the d pawn. If the pawn comes to d5, I think black can potentially be better because the pawn is on f3. The diagonal of the bishop from e7 coming to c5 could be very, very useful. But as of now, white sits tight on d5. So the queen is not moving.
Yeah, and you see, you know, these light square weaknesses that black has. If white is able to, you know, capture them or keep control of them, white's going to be in a good position. And, you know, Sahil, in terms of standings, another very important game because both players are on 1 point, like one yesterday.
And imagine if this ends in a draw, then Divya suddenly could take sole lead. So what an important game this is. And the time situation tells me, Rakesh, that black is still in prep. So maybe this entire allowing bishop h7 is still all prep for black.
Yeah, and I think we see two games already in this position. Both have ended in draws, and in those games, f4 was white's reply. And I think I fully agree. Jiner looks more confident, looks well prepared. And Producer G, if we could also just zoom into the board, into the cameras and see the body language of the players. And looks like, Munguntuul is thinking, looks a little confused. And Jiner, like you said, well prepared on the left. Knows her openings, that I think she knows f4 is the best move for white in the position.
Yeah. I think this camera angle is better.
Yeah,
I think the logos were in an unfortunate place. And by the way, chat finally reaching that moment where, you know, the sacrifice happened and they're like, oh, that'd be a quick game. So, you know, Divya, they're saying that was a novelty, maybe totally possible, and we're going to go that game pretty quickly. And as of now, we can see both players pretty tense. Rakesh, you know, sometimes chess is so much about calculation, right? So one mistake, I can equate to it to being like a cricket batsman, right? So if you're a bowler, you get a hit for a 6 maybe. It doesn't matter. Next ball you come in. But as a batsman, you get bowled, it's over. And this is exactly the situation here. You know, the players cannot make a single slip up, exactly what Vaishali did. And now suddenly, you know, she's losing. So you have to be very, very careful.
Very true, very true. So we'll come back to this game between the two winners later on. And let's check in on, you know, India's number one player, woman player, Koneru Humpy side.
Absolutely. And the position looks, although very, very, solid for either side. Mm-hmm. I don't know which side I would choose. I like that the pawn structure for white is a bit better, but I like the bishop on b7. It's looking at the pawn on g2. So, but white's bishop at 7, you know, we just saw bishop at 7 working. So queen h5, queen h7, it's mating too.
Yeah, that is possible. Let's quickly have a look from the side. I think before that, I saw Divya and the camera in the background. So I'll just quickly jump in for a second. And she played knight c5. Played knight c5.
That is insane. It's just a killer move on the board, attacking the pawn on a7, and, you know, basically just saying this is over. And now the bishop on f3 has to make a critical choice. Wherever you go, she'll chase the bishop with the rook, and then the bishop comes out to g5, and this looks like it's just over.
Yeah, and now you see Vaishali in that time. Divya took about 3 to 4 minutes to figure it all out, but I think it may be one of the quickest wins or maybe easiest wins of her career in the last 2-3 years.
And she's already, walking in the tournament hall. We don't see her sitting. I think she understands the situation pretty well. And Rakesh, so we have so many squares for the bishop. I think at least 100 I can see. So which is the best one? Is there any square that gives Vaishali, some chances to hold this?
Yeah, I think that's going to be the bishop to c6, because you mentioned, like, just if somebody is just joining us now, you mentioned a great point. Like, wherever the bishop goes, we are going to keep reaching out, like attacking, just to open up the bishop diagonal and to hit the bishop on e7. And let's say the bishop goes to g4, we go to rook to e4, same idea, hitting the bishop on the light squared bishop and then go to pin with the dark squared bishop. But bishop c6 style is the only square which allows you to, kind of attack the black rook or the white rook when it goes to e6. So this is looking like the only defense, but you're already one pawn down, and very, very bad development. So it just looks pretty game over, I think.
And Rakesh, the bishop is now on d7, so it looks like they're forming a barrier in front of the king. But if I just bring the rook back anywhere, not e3, I want to keep the bishop open this time. It's been blocked for long enough.
Yeah.
What is black's move now? Because you cannot come to f7 or f8 still. The bishop hangs on d7. Now the king is stuck defending the bishop. Yeah. And if you go, let's say, king to d8, then there might be other moves. Even bishop g5 still. There might be knight b7 check. And if the king comes to e8, again bishop g5. So this is looking like it's still completely lost. So king d8, knight b7 check. Where do you go?
Yeah, that is lost, because if I go king c8,
k7,
you capture, I capture your knight, and then you capture. I think even I can win this position with white.
Even I can win this. That would be very difficult. But anyway.
But maybe Sai, I have one defense. Like just one. Let's try. Humor me. Rook e4. What if I play h6 to stop this bishop g5 idea? Then what do you do?
Oh, so you prevent bishop g5. So what if I try bishop d2 and then bishop b4? So if I can't come via this path, I'll come via this path. So I put the bishop on b4, and it's not like you're going anywhere with the king. You're not castling. You're not moving.
I cannot because I've moved the king.
Exactly. Right. So you're not going anywhere. So bishop d2, simply coming to b4, taking my time, waking up in the morning at 10, no hurry there whatsoever. Bishop d2, bishop b4, what are you doing?
It's just crushing if once the second rook, the rook in the corner coming in, and look at black's pieces. One rook, so uncoordinated. Rook's in the corner, king is in the center, bishop is in the center, just locked in. But if actually white locks in after h6, white has an amazing move where you say, "Acha, oh you stopped bishop g5." I don't think so, because I will still play bishop g5.
What? What is this? Pawn takes?
Pawn takes, and then I bring my other rook. And then I'm going to capture this bishop with check, and also this bishop with check.
Okay, so this is my retirement. Where do you start? Is there a retirement form for FIDE? Maybe we can officially say I can retire right now, because bishop g5 is insane.
That's absolutely insane. And
wow!
It actually just shows how winning white's position is at this point.
No, but if Divya finds bishop g5, this could be the game of the tournament, Rakesh. Yeah. Not just the game of the day, because can we have that moment again? Can we slowly move the bishop to g5 once and just admire its beauty? Bishop coming to g5. It's been attacked by the bishop.
It's like, your threat is bishop g5. I stop it. What are you going to do? And white is like, I will still play the bishop to g5. And
this is a screenshot, throwback Thursday moment. You look back at this move 10 years later. For Divya especially, not for Vaishali, unfortunately, who will not be enjoying this position. Can we go full screen for a moment? Would love to see the expressions on the players' faces. Divya, I think
the other camera is possible, please.
Yeah. I think it's a bit darker here. Yeah, we can see now Divya.
Yeah, just zoom out, please. Yeah. Because more than the game itself, more than the results itself, I'm pretty sure both players will not be happy with how they won or how they lost. Like Divya was, even yesterday when she had come in the studio, she was like, yeah, I've won, but she was not happy with her play. And today she might say the same, because she didn't do anything special, and especially to win against win like this against a friend, it just sucks.
I agree, Rakesh. I think we can see Divya. She's not super happy maybe with how she might win this, but to be honest, this is a victory for her. This is a victory for her team, who has come up with this brilliant idea to kind of win in the opening. You save energy as well. Not to forget, this is a very, very long event. So if you want to win this, you will get that chance to grind out your opponent. You will not miss that. It might be a short game. You save energy. You go back to your room. You prepare. You already know your opponent for tomorrow. So it might be a boon in disguise.
Absolutely. And most important thing, that even though the FIDE Grand Prix points might not help these players, because we are almost in the penultimate Grand Prix. Bishop c6 played, by the way. But 18,000 euros up for grabs, Sahil. So that's also a good prize for the players.
Yeah, and look at
she plays it
in a second, rook e6. So she has seen this. Rakesh, if this is all prep, I don't know if we can get Divya after the game is over, but if this is all prep,
I think we definitely should ask her,
if possible,
that if we could get her in the studio after the game,
because we would love to know how far was prep in this game. Because if it was all prep, I think her team deserves the promotion now. Earning a bonus. I don't know, because this is just and Bishop d7 played.
Oh my God, Sahil, will we see that h6 Bishop g5 on our board?
And anybody joining in, if you think, what's special about this? These are top players of the world playing some preparation. Let me remind you, it's move number 21 right now. Move number 22 to be played by Divya. If this is preparation, or if is majority of this is preparation, which it is, this is insane chess. This is the kind of preparation, even anybody in the world could dream of. If you could ask Magnus Carlsen right now, you have 22 moves of preparation in every game, he would grab it with 4 hands if he had.
True that. And, just maybe pausing a little bit, rook e4, if she finds, I think she'll definitely find it.
Yeah.
No doubt about it.
The thing is, you can't really move horizontally anywhere. So you have to come vertically back. And even by pure logic, you will not block your bishop on e1.
So let's just do it this way. You said nowhere on the rank is possible. And, e5 is possible. E4 is possible. And she plays rook e5.
Yeah.
And still, Sahil, same variation can happen.
And it's very interesting that rook e5 is the first preference of the computer. And that tells me that this might all be prep, because anybody who's not prepared this, at home, might just think for a while, is e5 the best? Is e4 the best? Is e1 the best? Is e2 the best? So there's so many options available. And this feels like some incredible preparation by Divya.
True. And, Sahil, today when I woke up, I did not imagine that we would be having our first result inside, 1 hour of play. And we are just like 35 minutes in, and we might already be seeing a result, because I think if Vaishali doesn't find anything good, she might just simply resign.
Bhai, I'm speaking Hindi, Rakesh. I'm so stunned by this, because as of now, the Black King would give anything to have a pawn on e6. Take both the pawns on the A file, put one on e6, but it's simply not there. And the pin, and that's why we say solve tactics. The pin is the number one tactic you learn when you are a beginner. The number one, that's what your coach tells you. You know what, this is a pin. Your opponent piece cannot move because you have kind of pinned it against a higher value piece. It cannot move anymore. And this is exactly what's happening right now. And the bishop is coming to g5. And if h6 cannot stop it, nothing can.
I'm just checking over with our silicon friend there. The engine is actually suggesting, if you could have the board, please, the chess.com board, suggesting to play, what's the best move as king f7. So that at least after knight into d7, you can bring the rook into the game and get one pawn in return. So imagine how bad the position is.
This feels like a childhood birthday party for me, gifting a PlayStation and getting back a chocolate in return gift. It's not really what I expected, when I got that huge gift. So I'm hoping Vaishali does not really take it too hard, because at the end, this is just a one move mistake. And Divya was very well prepared. She needs to understand that she's one of the strongest players in the world, and the strongest players always come back.
Definitely. And just, I know, Chad, we have been focusing on this game a lot, but, we will have a lot of time to focus on the other games.
Yeah.
Because this looks like it will finish very soon.
And Rakesh, anybody joining in, can we go through those moves from that moment where, knight c, that moment where, bishop g4 happened? Because this is such a beautiful variation, and it's only going to get more beautiful now.
Yeah, so chat, quickly we'll check in. We'll have the camera on this board in case Vaishali resigns or plays another move. But this was the moment, Sahil. And chat, if you want to just have a thing in this position, feel free and just try to think of black's only move in the position to survive, which was rook to e8. But Vaishali missed it and played bishop g4 very fast, within seconds, because we have the timings on the app. But after bishop g4, chat again, white to play and win. Try to see if you can win like Divya Deshmukh. Pause the video if you want, just if you want to think over. And I'll give you a hint. The answer is like CCT, which is checks, captures, and threats. And 3, 2, 1. Sahil, what's the move?
Let's go. Boom! Knight f6 it is. What a brilliant tactic. Attacking the bishop, attacking the queen, everything, opening up the black king. And Vaishali, unfortunately, has no defense.
Very important diagonal which is being opened. So white can't play bishop f6 because queen a8 check, king moves, and I capture the other rook also. It's game over. And Vaishali has played. Let's
go to the live position and see what happened, because after rook to e5, she has... Okay. Anybody watching right now?
Full screen. Can we go full screen, please?
It's time for you to vote yes or no. Will we see that brilliant move, bishop to g5? For 1 second, we need to see the board, by the way. Just to show that move once. Bishop g5 on the board. Can Divya find that brilliant move? It would be a beautiful finish.
Yeah. Can we just show the move to the chat on the chess.com board, please? Yeah.
Just once. Yeah. This moment.
So Sahil h6, protecting the bishop coming here.
Protecting.
But Divya is like, nah, I'm going to still do this. Bishop g5. And if you capture h takes g5, I just bring the other rook over, rook e1.
Yeah.
Gonna capture that. And it's game.
Collect all 5. It feels like a Pokemon right now. I don't know. Let's go back to the full screen now and see Divya try to find that move. Bishop going to g5, or even bishop d2, or any move to be... Like, I'm sure everything is winning, but bishop g5 would be that kind of move that makes everybody go, wow.
Yeah, and our producer being very smart there, he brought the full screen here from this angle, because we might see handshake Sahil at this moment.
That's insane, because we are only in, I think we are not even, has 1 hour passed? I'm not even sure. So,
Sahil, we have not taken our first break.
Break? What break? No break. As of now, Rakesh, this game will finish first, I think. That's my guess. Yeah. So I think as of now, bishop g5, and if Divya has prepared rook e5, there is no way, her team said, I think rook e5 is enough. This is where we stop. And they ignore the move mentioned by the Indians. Bishop g5, never going to happen. I think if she has seen rook e5, she's also seen bishop g5, and we might see it on the board.
We'll definitely see it on the board. And I think I just want to... It's great that we have this view, because we will see the moment when Divya has definitely seen it. She's just double-checking, triple-checking it. She will go bishop g5. And I think I'm expecting handshakes after this side.
Yep. And Rakesh, as of now, question for you. How much time more do you think Divya will take? I'm going to take a guess. 2 minutes and 30 seconds. She has 1 hour and 19 minutes. I'm going to take she'll move at 1 hour 17 minutes dot. What do you think?
Okay. I think in the next 1.5 minutes, she's going to go pretty soon for this. Just winning, Sahil. Yeah. There's no...
Yeah.
It just looks that way.
Bishop D2. But you know what, Rakesh? Maybe, now that we have left, the computer on for a while, bishop D2 is actually the first preference of the engine. So this might still be all prep.
Yeah, and in fact, bishop G5 was the more flashy or a stylish win. But after bishop d2, the idea is again the same. White is just simply going to come in with the rook, attack the bishop, and just capture it. And bishop d2, the king is stuck, the bishops can't go anywhere, and the only move, it's so strange, Sahil, the only way for black to defend this bishop is to play pawn to g5, rook a e1, so that the rook comes to h7 and defends it like this.
Sometimes, somebody steps out of his home, into a different city with huge hopes. One day I will castle. And then he has to come to h7. I mean, the rook is definitely not happy, Rakesh.
Yeah, and I mean, even if you get this in, there's going to be bishop b4.
Yeah, bishop b4. And Rakesh, what does black do now? Because I'm still threatening knight takes d7 and rook takes c7, winning a piece, and the game is over.
Yeah, I think you know what? Why the engine was choosing this is because, of course, bishop g5, like we showed chat, was the more flashy version here. But the computer wants to win material without giving anything. So he's saying, why give up the bishop? We are still going to get the bishop if we just play simple chess.
Yeah, reminds me of greedy weedy. By the way, Vaishali has
rook f8 on the board.
Okay, she wants to put the rook on f7, but unfortunately, I think just rook a. Can you play the moves rook a e1? I think that's the most obvious move.
Yeah.
And then rook f7 would defend the bishop, and now bishop to b4. And if we will have this position, Rakesh, what is black's best move here?
I think I will just kick it out with a5 one move, but you will go bishop back.
Yeah.
Then maybe bishop c6. How do you win?
But I just move the knight anywhere, right? So
correct.
Okay, so anywhere I only have one square actually, and that's d3.
Yeah.
So and now the bishop is gone.
Yeah, and we see Divya playing rook a1. Why, she's not missing anything.
Wow, just wow. I mean, this game, and I would love to check 99.6 accuracy from Divya. Oh wow.
She's played bishop b4 also.
6. I mean, Stockfish is blushing right now. It's like, she's coming a bit too close, yeah?
Oh my God. What a and she just a sniff of an opportunity by Vaishali, and Divya has just pounced on it and is completely winning 45 minutes in, Sahil.
I would really love to have Divya in for 2 minutes. If we just want to ask her one question, how far was the prep? That would really get me out of my curiosity and misery right now, because she's played just absolutely brilliant chess. Bishop b4, rook e1, every white piece right now. I mean, the king, if it would love to be on g8 right now, just to kind of witness it all live. Every white piece is right now attacking. No piece. And look at the rook on 8. It's literally doing nothing right now. Look at the pawns on the a5. Like the rook on f7. It's like, I was meant for bigger things. And every white piece attacking. And once the knight moves, it will be game over. I think we might see handshakes in the next 5 minutes, Rakesh.
I highly think so. And, both players know the outcome of the game. Just, it's like playing out of inertia, as they call it many times. And look at the beautiful coordination. Like Sahil mentioned all the bad things about black's pieces. But I'll just mention one nice thing. And Vaishali has played rook b8. I think still bishop a3 is like expected.
It's like the alternate version of a5. Yeah, you attack the bishop, hope that something magical happens. But unfortunately for Vaishali, bishop a3 is such a normal move. I mean, and now there is absolutely no defense.
Yeah, and Sahil, if I was just finishing my point here, look at black's bad pieces, and every piece of white is on a dark square. So nicely, beautifully coordinated, and you can do absolutely nothing about it. And rook b8, bishop a3 should be on. It's on the board already.
Yeah, maybe.
I think handshakes might be incoming.
Yeah, maybe we go full screen, because I would guess in the next 2 moves itself, Vaishali might resign. And Rakesh, have you ever lost, like, in a very quick fashion in a game? Do you feel it kind of, you take it in a way, okay, I mean, this was an opening mistake, clearly. So this was an opening preparation mistake, not on me, or do you think it hurts even more that you lost in such quick time?
It's tough. I have lost like this many times myself, but it's like it just motivates me further in some way. And there we
And there it
go.
is. Wow. What a
Wow.
crushing victory from Divya Deshmukh. Bishop A3. Vaishali does not even want to see the next move. The knight will move to D3 and it will be a free bishop on E7. And what an, I would say, a flawless game from Divya Deshmukh. 99.6 accuracy.
Amazing.
And 90.9 from Vaishali wasn't enough.
Yeah, and I'm pretty sure, Vaishali must be very sad, disappointed with her game. And Divya also must not be very happy to win. But yeah, a win is a win. But overall, the players, you can see in on the cameras as well. I think the players are just shocked. They might think, did they agree to a draw? Because normally games at this level don't end so soon.
I don't know if you can get Divya for 2 minutes. If that's possible, that would be amazing. But thankfully, chess players invented a rule that you put the kings in the right place, and
Yeah.
it becomes easier to see that white has actually won. And it also, puts up psychological damage to the other players. Wow, she won so quickly. She must be in form. And that
2 out of 2 as well.
yeah, and she's the first one to do so. And what a game it was. We'll try to get Divya Deshmukh for you, chat. Let's hope so. But for now, Rakesh, you predicted 3 results. I predicted 4. So far, it looks like things are going in my way.
Yeah, and I think now that we finally saw the foregone conclusion of that game, we'll have some time to check out some other games as well.
Yeah. So maybe we switch to some other game, and if Divya joins in, we quickly jump back to hers.
Yeah.
And congrats to Divya for a crushing victory. And Vaishali, I think there's always tomorrow, yeah?
Yep, and let's check in on Humpy's game quickly because do we have that? Do we have Humpy's camera? Yeah, that is the one. Yeah. So yeah, we were talking about this bishop at 7 idea here with the chat, and let's have a quick look right from the start, Sahil, just to show our viewers watching in as well. So started off with the E4, E5, and we saw the Scotch game, Sahil.
Not seen too much at the top level. Very, very interesting opening, actually. If you're a beginner, you learn this and you are fascinated with the variations at first.
Yeah.
And glad to see this here. And c takes d5. I don't like the black pawn structure. a7, c7, rook c1, bishop f4 at some point could put a lot of pressure. But I love the bishop on b7, looking at the pawn on g2 and even the bishop can later come to d6. Both bishops, cutting across straight to the white king. So I would say I agree with the bar here. Not that I would disagree, but here it makes a lot of sense to me that the position is roughly balanced.
True that. And Salome playing a slightly different line in the Scotch, because normally around this moment we see white normally play knight to c3 as well sometimes. And but here she tried something different, and she lost a very tough game yesterday because she made the blunder on the 78th move or something.
Oh, yeah, that.
But yeah, she is a fighter, and we see a very interesting position. And I feel, Sahil, all 3 results are possible in this game.
Yeah, I agree. I think there's still enough dynamism and imbalances that either side could potentially win. But the most likely result maybe could be a draw here. But there is some tension on the d file, and
Correct.
knight c3 and bishop c3. The bishop on d3 hangs. So white needs to come up with an innovative move here, because I would love to move the queen somewhere, queen f3 for example. But then the bishop looks at my queens. I'm not comfortable either way. So what could be the best move? Even queen f3 apparently works.
Yeah, it does, because there's so many pieces hanging, and in fact, queen f3 or queen b3 from this side, or just rook c1 looks like white is still in the game. But it's very interesting, Sal. If let's say I'm humoring you, just an example, like knight to e2, and it's a blunder, but just saying bishop to d6, and if I go knight to d4, now there's one piece every square of the d file.
Yeah.
So just shows how polluted this file is.
Polluted is a very strong word. Reminds me of some, childhood coloring book there. A beautiful pattern there. We saw a similar pattern a few days back when both the C and F files were completely covered. But yeah, very unlikely, Rakesh, that happens.
Just showing, the beauty of chess.
Yeah.
How the pieces can,
I think, Rakesh, you're having Divya's game nostalgia right now. You're really missing that bishop g5. I am missing it as well. And yeah, I think this game looks very, very interesting. And the time situation is balanced. So I'm guessing that, both players seem kind of comfortable. Nobody's really leading the charge here.
Yeah, and both players, just happy to get on with the tournament. Humpy had a decent start, a solid start. But, as we know, Humpy is the only Indian player who has an outside chance to get the second place in the FIDE Grand Prix. So she has to win this tournament outright and, pray for a couple of results to go her way. But yeah, she will definitely try to win this game, I feel.
And no other place to do it than your home country. So let's hope Humpy can also push here. And of course, all the players fighting it out. So anybody could win this. And Rakesh, maybe we can switch to the next game of Harika against Alina, because I see that it's a structure which usually gives a result like 99.6%, which is, Harika's accuracy.
Yeah. And oh, wow. Oh, no, I think this was wrong.
Yeah, Harika.
Yeah, this one. Oh, this is very interesting. And you see, Harika locked in her, favorite thinking pose, and the evaluation bar also feels Harika is better side.
Absolutely, and usually it does. Yeah, in these structures, kings in structures, it feels that black is usually worse. But suddenly, when that queen e8, knight moves, f5 at some point happens, then one mistake and you just mate it. I played a game once in this structure against somebody and I was +2, and one mistake, it's mating 9 for black. So I'm like, wait, I made one mistake. And you know the power of one mistake, Rakesh, from the previous game.
Of course. And if you can just show this game to our viewers right from the start, and Harika goes for her favorite queen spawn opening and bishop g7, king's Indian, like you said, Sahil. I think definitely expecting a result on this board.
Yeah, I definitely expect a result. This looks very, very sharp. And I think Alina also on 0 out of 1. So she would love a win here. Her opening choice demonstrates that. And of course, Harika also on 0 out of 1. So the last thing you want is to be 0 out of 2, Rakesh. And that really means your chances of winning the event are almost gone, I would say. It's very difficult. And in that situation, you really don't want to be. So I think both players might just really push hard in this game.
I feel, and it's a delight for the fans, for us, to see such fighting chess. And
Mr. Z Cherry saying, commenting on the Divya game now, saying, imagine if h6 is played and Divya plays rook d1, they will follow these chairs. Trust me, we almost did. We can do that animation later at the end of the stream. Oh! But that's another time. Maybe there'll be another game, Rakesh, to push off a chairs.
There will be that. And this looks like the game that something crazy might happen.
Yeah, absolutely. And not to forget, 99.6 accuracy for white. And if you thought that was too much, 99.7 for black. So, feeling quite great now about my chess.
Yeah, I think that accuracy must be only possible after the first 3 moves.
Sometimes. Yeah. So very interesting opening. And if we can go full screen for a moment, I see, Alina is not sitting at the board. She was out of frame. So usually, Rakesh, do you think somebody who's better prepared would sit at the board? But in my experience, they usually move around. Like Divya was moving around. So this tells me both players are out of prep already. The time situation also seems to convey that. They've used up enough time. And now Harika is in that zone. Okay, where does every piece belong? Am I castling king's side? Where the bishop e2 belongs? What's black's plan? So she's going to really, really go deep here, trying to figure out all the plans for the next 5-10 moves.
Yeah, I fully agree. And, both players have thought for about 20 minutes. So I expect, the opening prep stage is over for them. And we might see a long thing by Harika over here.
By the way, Rakesh, can we switch to the Polina Nurgyul game? Because, sure. And we go to move number 1. Straight 1. Because sometimes, beautiful things happen. And today seems to be that day. Because after pawn to e4, guess what Nurgyul played here? Guess.
Alekhine knight f6.
1, wrong. What are the most obvious moves? Let's go that way. So most
Sicilian,
Two,
French,
three.
or if you would not be shouting so much. Karokan, no.
No.
Alekan, you said
No.
Scandinavian.
Yes.
Finally.
So D5 played the last time I remember this opening being played at such an important event was when Arjun, I think, played it in the Olympiad. And this is very, very risky sometimes. You bring your queen out early in the opening.
Yeah.
And this is the opening principle because the queen is of high value. You do not want it to be attacked by a knight, by a bishop. But usually black says, okay, I lose some tempi, but I potentially gain some space. I'll develop the pieces freely, and that's exactly what happened. And let's move forward to the current position. You can see d4. White has more space. Knight f3. Bishop will come out at some point. And the question is, in the current position, are both sides planning to castle kingside, or is there something crazy that could happen, Rakesh?
I think most likely both sides will castle on the king side, but both of them very common position of the Scandi. But how many moves?
8 moves.
8 moves in, and both players have thought for 25 minutes. That is somewhat, shocking me because it's not that tough. And again, like you said, Sahil, Nurgyul started with a loss. She does not want to, have 0-2.
And Polina also starting with a win. So momentum is with her. And Rakesh, I do like White's position. The first question is, so for example, I see the rook on e1 opposite my king on e8. I really want to unpin that, as we saw how deadly those pins can be. And I'm sure, both the players here probably had a glimpse at that game. And bishop e7 is a move that comes to mind at first glance. But apparently after bishop e7, d5 seems to be extremely strong. And even though it's not really, pinned, but it seems to be pinned.
Wow, just, opening up the lines against the black king. And again, Sahil, once again, this e7 bishop is causing problems.
Bishops, please avoid g4 and e7 for today. If you want to be safe, just heads up there, warning out beforehand. Because if d5 happens, Rakesh, let's just be cooperative as black and take on d5 and show how deadly this can be. You will take with the knight, and e7 is gone.
But I can recapture with the knight, right?
So what do you play here? Oh, you take knight takes d5, bishop takes d5 now, and you can't castle anymore, Rakesh. b7 is falling. What do you do?
Oh, it's, Sahil, the same problems.
Yeah.
King can't move, bishop is pinned.
And guess the move that will come here as well. Bishop g5, still possible.
Yes.
So I think this is really, and the queen on a5 is actually would have been probably better placed on d8. So this is not a great advertisement for the Scandi. So let's go back a couple of moves. So what can black do instead of bishop e7, which doesn't give white the advantage because d5 isn't coming?
Yeah, no, very common idea is to play c6 in the Scandinavian because, after c6, it's multi-purpose. Stops d5, of course, but I was not even looking at d5 to be really honest. But get the queen back. It's like queen had come out via this diagonal, went to the corner and will now go back near its roots. Not like that. Go back to its base, and then bishop d6 will also come in. So c6, I think, should be played by Salimova here.
Yep, and very, very interesting position and crunch moment, by the way, as she will slowly fall down before the 1 hour mark. And Rakesh, how many games yesterday were in the time trouble phase? Yeah, so,
all.
Wow.
It was like all 5 games reached the time control, 40 moves.
Wow.
And that is why our longest game ended at almost 6 hours of chess. So, and today we have our first result within the first hour. So Sahil, you're clearly bringing in
the blunders. The blunders. I bring the blunders, definitely. And I hope we see a few more. I don't want to see players lose, but blunders always kind of show the beauty of chess, right? Those moves like bishop g5, grinding it out in rook endgame, pawn up is always awesome to see. But
it makes chess relatable for the viewers, for the chat as well.
And for commentators. So it all looks amazing. And as of now, c6, an important move, has not been played though yet.
Yeah, not yet. I think we let Salimova think about it. And let's head into our first break of the day. We are almost at the 1 hour mark and see maybe Divya is joining us or no. Let's stick around for that chat. And we'll be back in about a couple of minutes. Hello.
We are back and coordination needs improvement, but the games are amazing. And what a day it has been so far, Rakesh. Just one break and one game is already over. And that was a spectacular one. And the remaining games also promise to give us some amazing, amazing day. Kya din aane wala bhai, maza? Hindi.
Yeah, namaste everyone in the chat. Hello, our dear viewers. And if we could, we have one game finished. We would go to the amazing scene done by a producer here, which shows all the games like a bird's eye view. And then, Sahil, maybe you can pick a game which you think, and if you could have the bird's eye view and just show all of the 5 boards and the playing hall and our beautiful faces.
This is a beautiful scene. I absolutely love it. It reminds me of the World Championship that we did, and I can see all the bars together, and I can see that one game that is over, and the bar is all the way up. And hard luck for Vaishali there, but
just in case if somebody is joining us, Sahil, what happened in that game?
So absolute destruction. I think it was one mistake from Vaishali, and Divya just absolutely crushed the black pieces. I mean, there's no hope. And the bishop. Imagine in the final position, like Vaishali is not even material down. She knows what's coming and she resigned. So just a crushing game. And the remaining games, you can see the bar is somewhere in the middle, but I can see that slight tilt, slightly in white's favor, slightly in black's favor. So that means, things could go, south for one side very quickly.
Sure. And we had many questions on our social media as well as on the stream that can we visit the place? Can we check out the playing hall and stuff? And as you can see on the screen above us, can we show a full screen of the camera on the left, please? Just shows the players and the audience as well. And FIDE and the local MCA team is doing a great job, sending people in batches. So it's not a lot of people inside. And of course, you can't take your cell phones in. But Sahil, the world's best women players are playing. What a sight for these young kids to get motivation.
Absolutely. I would love to go upstairs and check this out as well at some point. Looks beautiful. Once I went for the national championship, the tension inside the hall, even as a spectator, is just mind blowing. And I can imagine the tension inside that hall. Pin drop silence. The thing that our teachers have been asking for since our childhood. You can find it at least in this room, Rakesh.
Sure. And, today we are hoping there'll be pin drop silence throughout the playing hall. And, it was a little bit of disturbance yesterday, but all problems are behind us now. And if we go back to the bird's eye view, Sahil, I want you to pick a game and which one you think will have our the next result.
Oh, that's a difficult choice because I can see at least Rakesh, like 4 games which I want to check out. So
let's start.
Let's go with the one, I think, Shuvalova against Nurgyul, I think, because I love that Scandinavian structure, right? Where things can go very, very, very wrong very quickly. Yeah. And we see the bishop on f8 is simply missing because last I saw it was supposed to be an f8. So what really happened?
So you remember this was the moment where we are thinking, we showed the chat, if bishop e7, then d5 was killing. So smartly, I think black played c6 first. No, she played bishop b4 in fact. But there's not enough time to play d5, or is there? No, bishop d2 on the board, pawn to c6, and white very smartly gets the bishop pair, Sahil.
Yeah, and those 2 bishops look like monsters on c4 and c3. Now again, kind of pointing it out why the queen is misplaced on a5, getting attacked again, first by the knight, now by the bishops. And once the black king shifts to the king side, you can see how the bishops will be very, very happy. Although black looks solid, firmly the d5 square is controlled, so that is important. And also the bishop on c3 is right now blocked by its own pawn. So, and the bishop, very importantly, the light square bishop for black is outside the pawn chain. So black is very, very solid. Although if I had to choose either side, I would choose white.
Yeah, same. I think you summed it up perfectly. And of course, the black queen is attacked. Black should go queen c7. But I think Nurgyul, of course, is having a longish thing here, more than 10 minutes now. But she's already calculating, things after castling, if white's going to get some sort of an attack with h3, g4, and so on.
Somebody in the chat said, can people visit the venue? And somebody replied, probably, but you'll have to visit India. Nice.
Yeah, but if you are, in India or in Pune for that matter, it's at the Fern Hotel in Amnora Town, who's also one of our sponsors here. So definitely check it out. And I saw many people also get some photos and selfies and autographs with their favorite players yesterday.
Yeah, I would love to do that as well. I wasn't here yesterday, and Rakesh, the game definitely promising right now for white. So what if after the queen moves, I simply tried to put the bishop on that diagonal? Is a5 a problem there? Because I really want to play bishop e4 just like Divya and say you can't castle anymore. I think a5 might be a problem here.
Yeah, and a5, I think you have to then drop back somewhere.
Yeah, just kind of one tempo shot. The queen will go to c7. I think you don't want to go to d8 to your original square. At least you feel like you've developed, right? Because if you go to d8, then it feels like you've done all this for nothing. So queen c7, and then Rakesh, what can white do? What is the best plan? Because I can see the bars in white's favor. I understand. My intuition tells me white is better, but my mind is not to calculate how.
I think there's, like I said, a couple of ideas here. I like this simple h3 g4 idea, going after this bishop. You can also go after the bishop with knight h4. Actually, it's a very strong move. Now it's a big pin and win threat, like against the black king. But if you go bishop g6, there are so many ideas, when I can take then some, like just weakening these pawns a little bit. Or another simple idea is queen e7. Can I go just queen d2, get the other rook in? But I have to be careful of knight e4 sometimes.
Ooh, so lot of tactics, lot of ideas for black and white. And although one thing, Rakesh, we can see 47 minutes for black here.
Yeah.
So black really spending a lot of time to come up with the best move. And that kind of highlights the problem with Scandinavian again. It's a very risky opening, very, very high stakes opening. And you're already down around 15 minutes. It's only going down. So as you said, time trouble was a problem yesterday. Could be a problem today as well.
Yeah, we reached the time control, the 40 moves in all 5 games, and players get 30 minutes extra once they reach move 40, but you need to make 40 moves within 1.5 hours plus 30 seconds increment per move. And if I was in black's shoes, I would play queen c7 first, because not just because it's the best move, but your queen is attacked. You're not going to go back to d8, are you?
No.
And if you go queen b6, then suddenly, this diagonal is pretty weak, it's not under your control. And sometimes you want to go queen c7 and b5. So queen b6 kind of prevents that pawn as well. So play queen c7 and maybe think in your opponent's style.
Yeah, and somebody's asking, how's Pune like? If I want to visit Pune, how does Pune look like? So Rakesh, any advice on, what you can do in Pune?
Sure. So it's like about a 3.5 hour drive from Mumbai. Like, I'm originally from Mumbai, but I was born in Pune. So in fact, it's my birth city. So really happy to be here. And it's a very sports and chess loving city. Kind of laid back, people are not very hustling, bustling like Mumbai or a Delhi. It's a little bit more, relaxed, less chaotic than the 4 big metros of India. So I think I like Pune. There's more culture, food, sports, and other activities. A little bit, of course, there are businesses, but a little bit less than the other Indian metros.
But in this moment, probably Pune is one of the most competitive cities in India right now with this tournament happening.
Of course.
High stakes and a beautiful city indeed. I just came this morning, looked amazing. And as of now, the players also hopefully enjoying the city a little bit. They do have a rest day, Rakesh. So I don't know if they plan to go out or do something there. I don't know. We would love to watch them.
It's a very important city, even for like chess wise. Many grandmasters. In fact, Pune has more grandmasters than Mumbai. Yeah.
Can you name do you know all the GMs?
So yeah, I might miss somebody, but there's Abhijit Kunte, who's India's 4th grandmaster, I think. And then Abhimanyu Puranik, currently 2650 plus. Then we have Akshay Rajkore, who is living in the US now. And of course, Harshit Raja, India's 69th GM as well. So yeah, these 4, I might be missing somebody, and plenty of WGMs as well. There's Swati Ghate, Soumya Swaminathan, Isha Karavde, and many
lots of IMs as well, Rakesh Kulkarni, and the list.
But Abhishek Kelkar are very good friends. So plenty of title players from Pune. And in fact, in 2004, 21 years ago, there was a super tournament in
Wow.
Pune, which was, I think, won by Nisipianu and Kasim Zano, the world champion then,
Wow.
was also, I think, playing. So it has good tournaments. 2014 was the World Junior Championship
Hmm.
in Pune as well.
So a
many
historic
sporting-
city for chess, and one where you would love to strike as a chess player, and one where I hope I was born, because my chances of getting a title grandmaster would have been higher. But anyways, I think glad to be here now. And
In
Rakesh,
fact, Sahil, we have played our only FIDE rated game was in Pune.
we have played when?
Yeah.
When?
In Pune in a tournament.
Wait, I'm shocked. When did this happen?
Yeah, we have played it.
I do have a twin brother, so maybe it was him, yeah? I don't, he loses a lot, by the way, so don't trust his calculations. Meanwhile, Rakesh, so this game looks very interesting, and as of now, I see Queen C7 has been played.
Yeah,
So now
most
your
options.
moves might be an option here. Maybe you switch games now, and we go to Harika's game. Wow, by the way, can we go to Harika's game?
Let's go. Let's
E4
go.
is on the board.
I think there's something in this city or in this tournament magic.
Yeah.
Sahil, can you imagine 5 out of the 6 games have ended in decisively?
Yeah, including both rounds
Yeah,
so far.
including both rounds. And even looking at this position, doesn't look like there, I would say, a 5% chance of a draw.
5% is too high, and as of now, after G4, that's dropping every second. You can see the pawn come out. The white king doesn't have a safe place to castle anymore. If you castle, let's say castling king side, Rakesh, it would have been a very, very normal
Yeah,
move.
this was a position where we left,
Yeah.
and you had mentioned castle as the move. That's why the chat can see the arrow on the board. But then G4, a slight question mark there, Sahil. But I think it's okay. It's in the spirit of the position. It's
Yeah.
not like changing the evaluation of the position overall.
Yeah.
But really liking this fighting spirit by Harika. And Sahil, I think we will 100% see a decisive game in this on this board.
I agree. Once you play G4, you've weakened the dark squares, F4, H4, and all these squares have become weakened. And if you lose that dark square bishop for any reason, maybe, black plays H6 and you take on F6, that would be a huge mistake. Maybe the bishop, goes out for a meal to McDonald's. I don't know why it might disappear from the board, but if it does, then black basically just cruises in this entire game. Will bring the queen, the bishop, the knights, every piece will occupy these dark squares, and that will be a torture for white to face. So you have to take care of that good bishop. And also, this does prevent F5 and all these knight H5 plans for black. So it's a very, very double-edged move.
Yeah. And after C6, black didn't go for F6 directly, but as they say, for any budding player or any chess enthusiast, once a flank attack is initiated, you have to open the center. So Kashlinskaya very much, from a very strong chess background there. Even her. Do you know her husband's name, by the way? Just some trivia for
wow.
everyone in the chat.
I don't actually.
You don't. So anyone in chat, I mean, we'll try to give them
Maybe
a chance.
Maybe you reveal it. Yeah, this is not something they should guess probably.
Yeah, so it is Grandmaster Radek Wojtacek.
Oh wow!
From Poland.
Oh, that's nice.
So very, very strong GM. One of Vishy Anand's seconds in his World Championship matches for 3 or 4 matches, I think. So an opening expert. I mean, if your spouse is a opening expert, I expect you to have also very good openings.
Yeah, probably getting some help there, some advice on how to play in these important events, because when in any event you know your opponents from beforehand, it's not an open event, you can really, really prepare heavily. And hence Divya's approach maybe of going for new openings sometimes, if you're informed, can work. And by the way, Divya had some very tough results, because she was playing these events where she was facing 2650 GMs constantly, suffered in a couple of tournaments, but you kind of get turned from stone into diamond in these events. No, you kind of
Tata Steel was very tough.
Yeah, realize your weaknesses and you work on them and you become stronger.
Very true. And in fact, we had Michael Rahal from FIDE yesterday in our booth, and he was telling us a very interesting story, which I'll repeat quickly for the chat, because Alina is actually the winner of one of the Grand Prix here, the first Grand Prix, I think, in Tbilisi, and she was a wildcard player then. and then of course not part of the cycle. If you're a part of a cycle, you play 3 of the 6 Grand Prix events. So she won the event. She got 130 points. She's like roughly mid-table, and she was not supposed to play in India. We had a few last-minute cancellations, so Alina was invited back again. And Sahil, you never know if she wins. She might have like an outside chance, and she might also get an invite for Austria, which is the last event, last Grand Prix event in May next month.
I agree, Rakesh. Sometimes these opportunities come out of the blue,
Yeah.
and using them to the fullest is very, very important. And that's what she has done. And right now, the position is very, very interesting, ripe for a strategic battle till the end. F3 played.
Yeah.
If the stakes were high for the dark squares, now they're becoming even higher. Imagine, can we just play h6 and bishop takes f6 and I don't know, queen takes, for example,
Just
and
to
watch-
highlight.
and just watch the bar go down. Maybe bishop takes is better, I don't know. But you can see how suddenly the e3, the g3, the f4, the h4, the d4, all these squares are so bad for white. And there's no piece that can challenge them. You don't even have knight b3, knight f3, and black will just steamroll white here. So very, very careful, but very, very double-edged.
Yeah, I mean, very good point there, Sahil. But pretty sure for h6, Harika cannot afford to take. She has to play bishop h4 or something else. And just like to point out that she is now under 40 minutes. So
Wow.
Harika is maybe our first player today to go under 40 minutes there.
Yeah. And maybe Rakesh, this is the time to switch games and head off to the Humpy game where we saw that, knight c3, that weird position where it
Yeah.
felt solid, but there were some, interesting battles there because the d file felt a bit, overoccupied, let's say. And as of now, we've had a few moves. Can we go through them?
Yeah, so this was the position where we had last left chat. Bishop f1, maybe, it was a bit too risky,
Yeah.
too much tension for Salome there, and she drops her bishop to f1, bishop c5, and knight e4, bishop b6, and we have the live position.
I really love the bishops. Look at the bishop on b7. Look at the bishop on b6, pointing towards the king side. And now that bishop f1 moves makes a lot of sense because you have kind of pre-defended the pawn on g2. So I feel a lot safer, going to sleep knowing my pawn on g2 is defended. But still, that f2 pawn can be a potential tactical target. So right now the knight defends it. But if you could choose either side, I would probably even choose black. Which one would you go for?
I think I would go for black as well because, the evaluation might be 0.00, and of course, black's pawn structure on the queen side isn't great. But overall, just look at the beautiful pieces, the coordination, the development is better. And in fact, Salome playing, making a case for some Fisher random chess if she just goes if I just go bishop c5, I know this might not happen, but bishop c5, knight b1, and that's certainly a great case for Fisher random chess there. So things like they say normally you should not retreat a minor piece to the back rank without a good reason, and that's what we are seeing. So I would, Sahil, if I had to predict here, I would predict a win for black in this one.
Yeah, I'm with you. I'm with you on that boat. And as of now, we can see the time slip down 47 minutes for white, 56 for black. So a 10-minute difference roughly. And white is right now thinking. So anything could happen. And Rakesh, where do you see the white queen kind of going here? Because I'm very curious if she decides to go ahead to h5 or some other square. Or do you think... I'm not really sure where the queen...
Whoa. I mean, Sahil, I know you bring in the blunder. Wait, did she play a move on the king side?
And Rakesh, he
Oh,
played queen f3, luckily. And, I was talking about the f2 pawn. If you do play queen h5, let's say, as white,
Uh-huh.
black can simply play f5, kick the knight away, and then bishop f2 is apparently working.
so strong. Let's just show.
Knight
I
G3.
might say, no, I'm going to go for the attack. I play
Yeah.
knight g5 because I want to checkmate you. And now you just go simple move actually, knight f6. You attack my queen, and if I save, and you're also doing a discovered attack on the bishop. And queen h4, queen takes d2 is game over.
Deadly.
So that's why it was very important to play queen f3. But still, Sahil, like I know Salome has calculated this, but it's quite tricky with the bishop still eyeing the queen in a way.
Oh, queen f3 comes out. So opposite the bishop, Rakesh, I'm wondering. I just want to open the diagonal. I want to see a discover attack on the queen somehow. So can I just play f5 and force you to move that knight? Because the bishop is already smiling as soon as the knight heads off to g3 or g5.
Where do
Okay,
let's go knight g5.
Yeah. You see how I kind of like this. There's this tactical pattern. I don't know what I will play here, because knight e6 is also a threat.
Yeah. I think that's what Salome, she's just barely in the game. And her point is, I think black should play f5 because white is saying, if you don't do something immediately, I'm going to play rook a d1 and that let's say a random move like h6. I'm going to go rook a d1 and suddenly now your queen will be, a little afraid because I will have moves like bishop g5, bishop h6 or something.
It's a pin on a pin on a pin, yeah. So either side hoping that the other side falls into some sort of tactical idea there, but very, very interesting. So Rakesh, I see that Humpy is right now thinking f5 is definitely an option. There might be other moves as well. So maybe we switch games.
She should play.
Yeah.
And just before we switch, very important to note that Humpy is the only Indian player who has an outside chance to qualify for the two elusive spots for the candidates.
Yeah.
So on that note, let's next game, Sahil, you want to switch to?
Maybe we can check out the Jiner game there, because I think it's kind of the most advanced into some sort of end game there. I can see that black has this impressive center. I can see the bishop on e7 defending that one weakness, and I also see that there's a pawn on c3, which would rather not be there. So, and she's just played b3, so c3 is a potential weakness. Rakesh, what do you make of this position? The bar says roughly balanced, but again, that situation, right? Similar to Humpy's game, I feel I want to be sitting in the black seat here.
Yeah, I agree. And very important to note that Jiner has played and won the whole the last FIDE Grand Prix, and she's already won the first round in this event. So she has like FIDE was also saying that she has the best chance of qualifying for the women's candidates. So she's definitely up for it. And we left the game somewhere around here, Sahil. If you remember, queen d5, knight c6. And we were talking about these light square weaknesses versus the dark square weaknesses and this bishop, if it can get active. Let's see how the game unfolded. Bishop to e3, pawn to g6, pawn to c3, queen a5, offering the queen trade.
Very smart, by the way, because we can see the king on h7 is potentially could be attacked.
Yeah.
And exchanging queens definitely works in black's favor. And now white plays rook a d1.
Pawn to f5, just threatening to win a piece. So white has to be careful about that. Bishop f2, queen takes, rook takes, pawn to b5, Sahil.
Minority attack already on the queen side, so you can see how black is gaining space on the queen side, gaining space on the king side, and that one weakness on d6 is very, very defended. So it's a low budget effort, kind of weakness, and I would actually prefer to be black here. And if we come to the current position gradually, rook fc8, very logical. Knight coming to c4, not easy to handle for white, right? Because the b2 pawn could be a weakness which defends it with pawn to b3, but now c3 is weak.
Yeah, and she had to stop knight coming to c4 by playing b3. And of course, this looks juicy, but I think you just lose some material.
At least an exchange block.
At least. Yeah. So that's no good. But you know what? This just made the pawn on c3 worse or weak for life. There is no universe where the pawn is, going to be saved.
Unless Tony Stark rises up again. I mean, in that universe it works, but yeah, I agree. I think the C3 pawn is weak, and the bishop does not want to be on E1. It's meant to do bigger things and defend a pawn. And I've noticed a pattern, Rakesh, that the side which is slightly weaker, has a weakness, has less time. So sometimes it pays off to kind of play good chess in the opening, yeah, because you don't need to worry about the clock later. Your opponent will go into that deep thought, 20-minute thought later.
True, and just there's so much at stake in this tournament. That's why it's a very important event, the fifth leg of the 2025 FIDE Women's Grand Prix, and just making sure that your opponent has that many more decisions to make, creating that much enough pressure. We remember, Gukesh saying that he wanted to play all the games till the end against Ding, so that Ding is in that much pressure, a little by little, compounding effect throughout the match. And I feel now C4 is a big threat for White. You can't take, because then I capture your rook, your knight in the corner. So, Sahil, how do you save yourself against C4? You got to move the knight, I feel.
And just to highlight, it's again the same tactic, a pin, this time on the b5 pawn. So the best part is, in that position, the king could not move, but here the knight can move. Maybe, we've heard of the saying, knight on the rim is dim. So let's try to reroute that knight. We only have one square, so the choice is quite limited. We have two actually, but I think we want to keep pressure on the c3 pawn as well. So knight b7 maybe, Rakesh, putting pressure on that c3 pawn, and then the knight will also come to c5 and to greener pastures later.
And also, defending our weakness, so that in some variations, maybe our bishop is also free to move and maybe attack that pawn in a way. So yeah, I think knight b7 will be found by Zuzana. She's like a very, very strong player. One of the top seeds, Sahel, in this tournament. And also we know how strong Chinese chess players are, especially the women's chess.
We have a world championship going on between two of them. So I think clearly, this is a very, very important match for all players, but especially for her. And she seems to have a decent start with a one-on-one score, and she seems to have I would say, a practically maybe better position as black.
Yeah, for sure. And I think even if why I would like black is just bring the king over quickly. King to e6 protects this pawn. Now your bishop can sometimes move away. Rook takes c3 is always going to be weak. And of course, we start out with knight b7 on the first move here. But lesser problems. Like in the blitz game, I would take black.
Yeah, absolutely. Knights are tricky, as Hikaru Nakamura often says. And this can be. And look at the knight on f1, by the way. It's not really doing much as of now. So it would also like to get to a better square. Maybe d5. I mean, if magically White can put that knight, rook d3, knight e3, knight d5, then things could potentially change for the better.
Let's show this actually. Very interesting line. So knight e3, let's say.
The problem is, the pawn could be hanging, Rakesh, in some cases.
Oh, yeah.
There's no time.
There's no time.
Yeah. Very, very complicated.
Little slow.
41 minutes for White, by the way. So she might get in a time trouble, and that might again help black.
I think Munguntuul is at the board if he could have the full screen, please. So just checking if White is comfortable, or I don't think she's at the board, and in fact she is the one who won the marathon game yesterday. So if she gets a quick game today, she'll be very happy.
Yeah. And Rakesh, very interesting. So Divya had a quick game. When you look at that happen, do you feel, I wish my game would have finished earlier? Do you think you're like, no, I'm okay? That's such a human nature, right? You want, I wish my game had also finished that early.
And it just feels, especially if you have won the game, even a quick draw would have been great.
Yeah.
But I don't see Munguntuul at the board. Zuzana, the calculator, as we say, she's supremely strong in her calculations. 2525 rating, Sahil. I don't think you have that rating on Chess.com as well.
I think I'm going to play 500 bullet games tonight to try to get that rating, just to kind of prove Rakesh wrong. But I might not succeed, and it's very, very difficult. And this is a golden opportunity as black to, it's always said that, it's difficult to win as black at the top level. So Rakesh, why is that the case? Why do you think it's so difficult for the people watching this stream? They might not know why White has an advantage.
white has an advantage in this.
No, usually they say, right? It's difficult
Oh,
to win
okay,
as
okay.
black and it's easy to win as white.
It's like you always make the first move. You kind of, not actually kind of, you decide which openings we are going to play, what type of positions, I mean, like open positions or close positions, attacking positions or positional positions are kind of determined by white.
Yeah.
And Sahil, before we switch to another game, we have a very, very special interview with the winner of today, Divya Deshmukh. So do you want to see her thoughts about her game?
101%. Let's go.
To the first interview of the second round of the Women's Grand Prix here in Pune, India. And I'm joined by Divya Deshmukh, who just defeated Vaishali in, I must say, a very unexpected manner. We're all here and no one expected you to finish the game so fast. So I'd appreciate if you go through the movement before. Just tell me your sensations, your thoughts after this very quick win against Vaishali.
Okay, it's not really a win. It's not a real win because she just messed up the move order, which is a pity. So, yeah, it sometimes happens. It's human.
You definitely weren't expecting to win so fast today, I expect.
No, I actually got quite lucky with the opening because she's not that predictable with openings. So I was checking a lot of various things, and I did not expect this. But in the last GP, I had a game here, and I couldn't remember what to do, so I just went with the simpler way. So before around 5 minutes before the round, I just briefly glanced at this opening, and I got so lucky that it
It's lucky for you then.
Yeah.
Could you show us the moves, please?
Okay, so it is Spanish opening, and this is what happened in the last GP against Solakidu. And here, this is all theory. So after BF4, I went B3, and then I went into another game.
Was it in Cyprus, yes?
Yes, in Cyprus. So I got lucky. I checked this line, and okay, it's still theory at this point. F6, rook E3. Bishop F4, Queen F3, Queen D7, Knight D5. I was a bit bothered at this point because I didn't want to make an easy draw, quick draw. And after Rook E8 here, and then Knight C7.
That's what the theory says.
Yeah, that's what the theory is.
With Bishop G4.
Bishop G4, Queen E4, and then it's a repetition. But I didn't want to make a draw, and I didn't repeat the ambitious try. So I was a bit worried. But then I thought that I was so surprised when she went Bishop G4. Because I thought that I'm hallucinating, because isn't it just better for me and it's almost winning? And then I saw her and I wasn't sure because she gave me expressions. So I thought maybe it's some prep, but then I thought for 5 minutes and...
Did you feel like she noticed her mistake when she...
Of course she did, yeah.
Immediately after playing the move, no?
I mean, you can sense it a little bit. So I sensed it a little bit, but she didn't give me the full sign. So I just calculated.
Just tell us why the move is a mistake and what's going to happen now for the viewers who want to follow your game.
So basically now, here white is threatening on E7, even the F5 bishop is a little bit weak and the rook on E8. I always have some discovered attacks and by moving the knight. So it's very crucial to go rook E8. You also protect E7, you protect the rook, and it's equal. But after bishop G4, everything is hanging, your bishop is hanging, your rook is hanging, and it just feels like there should be something.
Yeah, this is tactic, So show us what happened.
So knight F6. I feel like after the game, I feel like maybe she should have just given the exchange and it would have been better. Like at least some...
To keep fighting.
Yeah, because after bishop F3, and she just lost her piece, because this king, you cannot castle because you already moved the king. And now she has to somehow get this bishop out of the pin, but it's not that easy. And yeah, I just ended up winning the bishop. Now I moved the knight and the bishop's on.
Peter was actually suggesting a very weird line, beginning with G5 and rook H7. And at the end, some rook B8 picking up the bishop on B4. So it seems to hold the piece, but then ends up losing a three.
No, I didn't think it would work because after G5, bishop rook E1, rook H7, bishop E4, rook B8, I think I just have knight D7.
I think there was something there. But at the end, the knight ends up coming back to C5. It ends up in some rook ending with 3 extra pawns. I mean, it's a disaster. That's at least what I saw. But yeah, the position is practically hopeless.
Yeah, I just got lucky.
So you started the tournament with, if I'm not mistaken, 2 out of 2, because we interviewed you yesterday as well. So I again, assume you didn't expect to start so well. So what are your thoughts with this fantastic start to add to the tournament?
Nothing. I'm just happy and looking forward to the rest of the
You have an
game.
extra afternoon now. Well, basically, we would kind of call it a free day, obviously, but you do have
I'm
some
just
extra
going to
time.
sleep. I am not going to do
Get
anything.
a bit back, a bit of rest back now.
Bit of rest
Who are you playing tomorrow? What is your
Humpy.
Humpy? So the third Indian player,
No, second.
the second Indian player, because you have to play at the beginning. Have you played with Humpy before?
Yes, a lot of times.
And how's the score? How's it going with him?
I don't really count scores with people, but I think it's fine. Should be around equal. I don't know.
She did a draw yesterday with Vaishali with black, and I see she's playing black again. So tomorrow you'll have black against her, right? So
Yes.
you think it's going to be a tough game?
Okay, every game here is going to be a tough game.
That's true. Thank you very much for coming, Divya. Thank you.
Bird's eye.
And we are back with better coordination this time, Rakesh. And we are going to head off straight to the games. We had a Divya interview there after her crushing victory. And now we look at all the other games. So as of now, which game do you want to head off towards, Rakesh?
Yeah, plenty of interesting ones, and just taking a few lines from that interview. I mean, Divya was very shocked and she did not expect to win like that. And great opening prep, and it's just so nice to hear the players' thoughts for the chat, for the viewers as well, and just shows how important opening prep is at this level side.
Absolutely. And that one move can cost you the entire game. That's how chess is difficult. If you play tennis or, you can get a point, it's yours till the end of the game now.
Correct.
But in chess, you can play a beautiful game for 5 hours and then just lose it all in one blunder. I think I know that pretty well. And so maybe it's time to go through all the games one by one.
Yeah,
Rakesh.
let's do a roundup of
Yeah.
all the 4 remaining games. We'll
Yeah.
start from board 1. And let's see, Salome Melia versus Koneru Humpy there. And we were talking about this T file being more polluted in a way Sahil, and bishop d4 is another piece that gets added there.
Yeah, the things don't improve. And Rakesh, there's potentially a very, very interesting move here. I don't know if it makes sense because that's what the computer is screaming at me. It did not make any sense.
What move?
There's a knight f6, knight also for black. Sorry. So I am hallucinating as well.
Yeah, I think knight f6 is kind of like a draw offer in a way.
Yeah.
And very important to note, players don't have the option to offer or agree to a draw until move 40. So that's another reason. That's a very good change by FIDE because we were seeing a lot of draws in the earlier Grand Prix editions, last year. So that is why now we have 4 results. Yesterday, 1 result already. Today, like decisive games. So it's nice. But knight f6, like I was saying, kind of a draw for because knight f6, bishop f6. I capture your bishop in the corner. You capture my bishop. And then I'm saying I might lose a pawn side, but I have this opposite color bishop, which I'm banking on to make a draw.
And if you look at the bishops, white might win a pawn on c7, then black takes on b2. And if you were to accidentally grab that pawn on a7, be a little bit greedy, then you will realize the power of the the opposite color bishops in attacking positions with bishop d4. And the queen is hanging, and queen takes f2, followed by queen g1 is literally checkmate.
Yeah, and of course you've got to be careful, but it increases the chances of a draw. But knowing, Humpy is standing in the tournament, I don't think she's going to play knight f6.
Wow, so you think she'll find some other complicated way to keep the challenge alive? That's definitely a possibility. Depends. I think she also has, enough time. She's not behind on the clock, so she could potentially do that. But Rakesh, what are these options? What else could she play apart from knight f6?
Yeah, one idea that's coming to my mind is I want to play knight f6 without losing my bishop. So my bishop has to be active. So something I can play a move like rook to b8, protecting this, but then kind of I lose access of the open file. So maybe just put the bishop in the corner so that next time rook b8 is also on an open file. But more importantly, now after knight f6, like let's say a random move h3, knight f6, now you can't capture my bishop in the corner because that's going to be protected.
Absolutely, and there's a double attack on the bishop on d2 with the rook and the queen, so that's basically just gone. So yeah, some tactical ideas possible for Humpy here. She might just put the bishop on 8. I love your suggestion, and I would say that is the most likely move indeed. So here I would say, Rakesh, probably a draw, I think would be the most likely result still.
I don't think so. I think Humpy is going to win. I mean, maybe it's the patriot in me or I'm just a fan of her play. But I think she might be able to win.
By the way, Sam Zetke saying, hello, Karan, Johar and Pritam. So apparently we have a lot of directing and music experience behind us.
Yeah, that's very interesting, and that's definitely from an Indian fan. I'm assuming.
Fan is assuming a lot though. I mean, but Indian watcher, let's say, Indian audience. By the way, Rakesh, so this game, as you said, some chances for Humpy there, but most likely, I think, roughly in the middle there.
Yeah.
Let's go to the next game, the Scandinavian, the game I'm very excited about. I always love to see. Usually, I'm a big anti-Scandinavian guy, but today we'll see what happens. And as of now, we saw Queen C7 last. We've had a bunch of moves. Let's go through them.
Yeah. So Queen C7, A4, then short castle, Queen C1, Rook FD8, and can we have a full screen on the players, please? Just want to see, how. Oh, Salimova is not even at the board. Knight B6 hitting the bishop, and the bishop is yet to be defended. So, Sahil, what do you think? Bishop B3 or like A2 on this long diagonal? Or you want to do something like Salome did and bring the bishop to F1?
Actually, both look tempting, but I might choose bishop F1 because I think the knight might just sit on D5 and I probably have to move the second bishop as well. So I might prefer bishop F1, but I think both moves look logical. So let's say bishop B3, for example, knight BD5. Rakesh, what are you doing here?
It's already tough. Maybe, I have to think of ideas like bishop to D2, pawn to C3 or C4, and try to get the bishop activated in like on a different diagonal maybe.
But can we agree Black has actually solved a lot of problems? We saw
Yeah.
those double bishops, attacking the queen. The Black king was not castled. Dark squares were weak, and suddenly I think White played a3, a4 in 2 moves, and maybe Queen c1, and suddenly Black has kind of stabilized a little bit, and now it doesn't look as good as it was a few moves ago.
True, and it feels like first hour of play was won by Shuvalova. Second hour of play, like 4 to 5 p.m. Indian Standard Time, was won by Salimova. I think she has solved a lot of problems that Black was facing in the position, and she plays Bishop f1. That is why Sahil, they are the strongest players in the world, and Michael Rahal from FIDE. The press officer of this event and a very strong international master, he told me, he has been observing Shuvalova's play throughout, and she's extremely resourceful and tactical. So don't count her out. Yesterday I said, no, Kashlinskaya will win or draw. He said, no, brother, I have seen her games and I know she's very strong, and in fact, she did make a comeback. So I would say, Sahil, brother, don't underestimate Polina here.
No, I think anything can happen. Absolutely anything can happen. So we'll see what happens. Time difference, we have 7 minutes time difference there. So Black has to be a bit careful, but I think overall she's going in the right direction now.
Yeah, and 34 minutes left, Sahil, and 25 moves to play, because 40 moves have to be completed before you get an extra 30 minutes.
Yeah.
So Salimova has to be a little careful for that. And suddenly, she was playing an amazing attacking game yesterday against Divya. She played h4 in the London. I'm sure you might have seen the game yesterday. But she has played BD5, Sahil, as you were saying. But h4 in the London, she was close to winning at some point. She was putting pressure on Divya. She lost that game. You don't want to lose again today, and suddenly even you had a dream tournament, the tournament is over.
Absolutely. So very, very important game. And Rakesh, I think we can switch quickly, because I think Bishop has come to d2 as expected.
Yeah.
And if we go to the game of Harika against Alina, you will see something dramatic. Can we go through the moves?
Oh my God.
Because first of all, look at the clock. Forget the board position for now. 25 minutes versus 50 minutes. That I would say, I think I heard Judith Polgar once say, I think it was 30 minutes can be equated to one pawn or something like that.
Yeah.
And this is very, very close to that. And if you look at the position, the king is on f1. And, the bar says Black is better. The clock says Black is better. So what should I say? Black is better.
I mean, I rarely agree with you, Sahil, but this time I wouldn't. If you can come quickly to the position from the last where we left it. f3, we saw this. And you made a great point, Sahil, about this. If h6, Black plays f6, White should not give up the dark squared bishop. And let's see if she gave it up. f3, Queen a5 was played. a3, kind of, I think, a slow move, and also maybe not on your playing side. I would rather love to see an h4 of some sort. But a3, cd5, b5 by Kashlinskaya.
Black is playing absolutely flawlessly, logical moves. She senses White might attack on the king's side, not giving any time at all. Playing, c takes d5, opening the c file. Now b5, rooks can come to c8. And White's position is not clear, because this pawn formation, right, g4, it's not just a beautiful pawn chain. You want to push these further, attack potentially, but the queen is on c2. There's no easy path to the king's side. h4, h5 is far away as of now, and the knights are not on the king's side either. I just kind of sense that this is going Black's way, and if you add the clock dynamic to the factor here, in such a sharp position, I think this is looking difficult for Harika.
I mean, I would even go a step further actually and say this is looking extremely difficult. And I think Kashlinskaya will bring this home, because like you mentioned, so many factors, Sahil, and it's just easier to play as the Black player in this. Moves are flowing like water, so easy play for White, for Black. And like you said, like h for h5, even if you play, your queen is sitting on c2. She cannot jump over the pieces to come to h2.
In fact, the king is moving towards the king side. King f1, and the king is unsure. Maybe it wants to sit on g2 there, and it looks pretty safe for now. But I can imagine once b4 maybe happens, the rook comes to c8. At some point, that second rank could be a huge problem for white. And Harika has to be on her guard here. And as of now, black thinking, important moment, maybe rook f c8. Because now I don't even need to play f5, Rakesh. I don't need to do anything on the king side. I can simply play rook f c8. Maybe now I try to use the c file to my advantage.
Rook f c8, definitely a nice call out there, Sahil. And, maybe what white is banking on is, I'll get my king to g2. And I'll try to, safeguard everything on the queen side. But in that case, you are best case hoping for a draw. Like if you bring, let's say rook fc8 and I go king g2. My idea is to play rook a1 and try to trade rooks here. But in that case, you're definitely not pushing for the win. And that is bad news for Indian and Harika fans, because in that case, your either best case scenario is a draw.
Yeah. Looks difficult. A lot of weak squares. Right now, the bishop's guarding all these squares, but once one of them disappears, I think we'll see a weak color complex. And Harika, I think, needs to be absolutely clear and concise here. Try to find a way where maybe she accepts a slightly worse position, which she can defend. Because as of now, it's not clear how what the defense looks like.
I fully agree. I think that is what maybe it's on her minds. And Harika, very solid player. Doesn't lose much, and very, very strong calculatively. In time pressure a little today, but also, Sahil, I would like to remind you and the chat that the last time these two players played, do you remember when they played last?
No, actually not. When was it, Rajesh?
So it was during the Budapest Olympiad. It was Poland versus India. And I think Harika was playing Kashlinskaya, and she lost that game. The Polish women's team beat the Indian women's team in, I think, round 8. So it was a tough night. But after that, the Indian women's team kept winning and won gold historically, as we know. But maybe some part of that is also on Harika's mind, or she might be a little bit, subconsciously remembering that game. Because as we know, chess players have a great memory and they rarely forget their wins and their
good chess players, Rakesh. I would definitely not be part of that good chess player group. But as of now, I think Harika definitely facing a tough challenge. And you can see how, even by the body language, Black looks very motivated, very serious. You can see kind of see the expression, like she's so zoned in. She really is focused on her calculations right now, trying to find the best move. I think she pretty much knows. I think rook f c8 is the next move, maybe one of the rooks. But what's the next move? What's the plan here? How am I breaking through on the queen side? I think that might be the thought process.
Yeah, and Harika clearly not agreeing with Sahil there with the body language. She said, yeah, whatever, and she walks off. But yeah, I would say Black would be happy with a draw in this position. Like, I know FIDE rules don't allow a draw for till 40, but if Kashlinskaya offers it, Harika will accept the draw for in this position.
100%. I think as we can see, clearly Black wants to go on the initiative.
I think she'll have a longish thing also, because critical moment, next 4-5 moves are important for this game, I think. It's either Harika stabilizes her king position and challenges for the c5, or Kashlinskaya crashes through on the queen side and white's attack does not get going and Black is better.
Absolutely.
So next 5 moves are critical. Moves number 16 to 20, 22. I feel we will know the result of this game. So both players, we'll let them think, Sahil. And before we head on to another game that you want me to go to.
Yeah, absolutely. I think I want to check that end game where Jiner was, optically better with the black pieces. She was also ahead on the clock. And the knight on a5 has already routed itself to a better square on e6. And the c3 pawn is still weak. But we can see the knight on e3 ready to come to d5. So maybe white has found that, one asset there which can basically defend the weakness, put some stress on the king side, put some stress on the queen side with knight b6. So a lot of, I think white's position is definitely improved here.
Yeah, and knight on d5 is like an octopus. Can go to 8 squares, out of which 4 to 5 are very good squares. A couple of them might be blunders, but just shows the importance of having a piece in the center. And Sahil, kudos to you. You predicted, this like knight coming to d5, the knight f1, knight e3, knight d5 plan from a mile away.
Because, I've lost so many games with Sicilian as black here, and the knight on d5 just laughs in my face every single time. Got you again, haha. So I've seen this before, and I know how powerful knight on d5 can be. And of course, the bishop on f8. Now, it was a great defensive piece. It still is, but I think it's still looking at a pawn, so it cannot be super, super happy. And the king on h7, maybe it's not ideally placed. Maybe f7 would have been a better square. So black also needs to, maybe double the rooks at some point, bring the king towards the center. And I think it will be a long game where both sides will try to push using their advantages.
Yeah, and Batkhuyag Munguntuul has showed us that she is not afraid to play long games. Dude, yesterday's game was 82 moves, and she got the win in the end. So she's ready to play, ready for a fight. And in fact, she also finished. I think she won bronze in one of the Grand Prix events. So she's also one of those players who has an outside chance of making it. So again, she has to win the event outright and pray for a couple of results to go her way. But definitely everything to play for. And maybe for players like Humpy, who has a 2500 plus rating, you can qualify from some other ways, from the FIDE Grand Swiss or the World Cup and so on. But for Munguntuul with a rating of 2361, you just have like a few good tournaments, and maybe she's thinking this is her chance, and maybe she delivers a very, very nice tournament here in Pune.
I agree, because at the end, as a chess player, this next event could be months away, could be 5, 3, 4 months away, and you really want to get that done right now. I think every chess player wants to be world champion, as we discussed, and this is the path, their dream, and they don't want to delay it. And yeah, I think both sides will try to possibly find their way out and maneuver their way out to a better position. But what's your expectation for the result, though, Rakesh?
I think I would say this game should end in a draw. Both sides have enough, like c3 weakness has been negated by the d6 weakness. And overall, I would say position is decent, not many weaknesses for either side apart from c3, d6. So a draw would be my prediction for this one.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I think we will come back to this game soon. Although I think white is under some time pressure, but it's an end game, so it should be all okay.
She made a move, knight d5, very strong. Like Munguntuul showing that she is not messing around, and immediately played rook c6 by Zujina. She's a calculating beast, silent.
I think black realized that, by itself, this position will be difficult to win, and she's trying to use pressure on the clock as another pattern to kind of put pressure on white, and it could potentially work because white has activated the knight, the rooks are doubled. What next? So the plan is not clear for white, I think, and you can't really push the C pawn, the B pawn, the A pawn. You can, but it doesn't look that great. And what's the next move? King F1, maybe?
Yeah, and you also have to be just on the lookout for ideas like bishop h6, activating the bishop against the rook for black, or rook a8 is definitely an idea. Just also some nice advice would be to get the king to f7, so that there are no surprises with this knight f6 check for you.
Yeah, true.
But overall, I feel this might be one of our again longest games of the day.
I agree. People say they love surprises, but definitely not on a chessboard, Rakesh, because usually it really hurts. Yeah,
I think that was a nice roundup. I think we have touched on every game so far, right?
Yeah, maybe we can jump to the Humpy game again.
Yeah,
because we've had a couple of moves, and your move actually happened. So bishop a8.
Oh yeah, nice.
So no knight f6, no draw, says Humpy, and now white plays bishop to g5. So attacking the rook. And again, there's some traffic on the d file. So what can black do? I think moving the rook makes sense. And why not just rook d e8, maybe? Kind of bringing to the e file and putting more pressure on that knight on e4.
Yeah, and if you're not careful, I have a nasty idea with f5, Sahil.
Yeah.
So you have to be really focused on that.
And very important, now you don't have knight g5 ideas. I've covered the
Correct.
square with the rook, and also your bishop has taken that square. So f5 could be much, much stronger this time.
And she plays it. Great timing, great call
Nice.
out. We are at the game at the right moment, Sahil, and rook d e8 played. And I think Humpy is also playing it smartly. Like you said, Jiner playing fast to put some additional pressure on the clock, because there's only maximum things you can do over the board. But these are some other tactics which these top players use very, very efficiently. And I feel there's going to be a result. I know you said draw in this game, but I think there's going to be a result side.
Well, I would love to see a result because at the end, that's what makes chess so special. You see that final position, a brilliant attack sometimes a brilliant end game, and we would love to see that. And I love the bishops on d4, a8, so there could be some tactical possibilities. So let's see what happens. As of now, 31 minutes for white and 33 minutes for black. And we are moving down below the 30-minute mark here as well. So time trouble approaching again.
Yeah, definitely. And Sahil, very, very important game this, like we discussed for Humpy, for her women's candidates qualification. But I'd like to point out why I'm rooting not just as a chess or Indian or Humpy fan, but even overall from if we take this game as a whole, we've seen Melia, Salome at the very top of women's chess at 2475 peak rating FIDE, which was about, I think, 10 or 11 years ago now. And now you see the rating is dropped to 2293, which is like definitely not indicative of her strength, because I think she's a very, very strong player. 247 is almost GM.
Yeah.
So,
and also, you kind of shine out in those crunch moments because you've had that rating, you have more experience.
Yeah.
Sometimes you can actually shine at that critical moment when it's most needed. And Humpy also has that quality,
Correct.
playing that tiebreaker in the online Olympiad and winning it with the black pieces. And she's done it multiple times, World Rapid Championships as well. So I think this is a match of two very, very experienced players, and it's going to be a battle down to the wire.
And I think I would just like to check when was... Yeah, it's 1987. And I think same year as Humpy, if I'm not mistaken. So it just shows, they have been playing from under 10 or under 8 World Championships.
Yeah.
And, now playing the FIDE Women's Grand Prix as well. So just shows how far they have come also.
Yeah, we can see white still thinking. And there it is, 29 minutes we'll have on the screen soon.
Yeah, and we have a confirmation. So both of them were born in 1987, in fact. So some cool fun facts presented to you, chat. And what is chat saying? Does chat have like a favorite game, favorite player?
Abhinav is asking how to register to visit. Can they just come and visit? Do they have to register somewhere?
Yeah, I think they need to register to visit, but they can definitely come in. It's free. And even if you just come in and contact the organizer here, you'll be we'll be happy to host you. And in fact, I had a chance to visit the tournament all yesterday. It's all fair play, regulation proof. You have to keep your phone outside, your camera outside. There are some batches so that there's not overcrowding in the tournament hall. But it was very nice. And yesterday I saw a couple of young girls, take a photo with Humpy, which is always special. So yeah, definitely everyone is welcome to the tournament hall.
Yeah, and maybe it's time to switch to the Polina Nurgyul game, Rakesh, because we have had a bunch of moves there. Last we saw was bishop f1 and knight d5, bishop drops to d2, and now knight e4. So black is like, I want your bishop at all costs. Whatever it takes, how many knights I have to move, I will take that bishop. Knight to h4, so white chases black's bishop in turn.
But like you can see kind of like at this moment we saw white is pushing.
Yeah.
But doesn't it feel black has taken over the momentum of the game? The initiative. Look how black's pieces are coming forward here. Bishop f1, knight d5, then knight e4. Yeah, and then you said knight h4 happened.
Yeah, I think white still looks solid, but I agree. I think momentum is shifting, and black has taken care of the bishop pair now. And the d4 pawn, I think one question would be, for example, if white plays c4 in some situations, then the d4 pawn could also become a weakness. Knight f5, the d4 pawn could be heavily attacked, rook d7, rook d8. So maybe the normal choice would be just to play c3, keep everything solid, and maybe this could be another draw, Rakesh.
Yeah, and we just saw, Salimova play rook d7 on the cameras just above us, chat. And she got up from the chair. She is now trying to double the rooks on the c file. And Sahil, like you mentioned, this d4 pawn and this d5 outpost looking great squares for the black pieces.
And how long do you think the knight will stay on h4? Because, once you play h4, you want to take on the bishop at some point. So how many moves?
Good. We are getting some updates that something has happened in Harika's game. Can we quickly switch?
Absolutely.
A blunder has happened apparently.
Wait, what? But it doesn't feel like a blunder, though.
Yeah.
I think it must be a
glitch.
Glitch, yeah.
Or a false alarm there. False alarm. Chat. Sorry, chat. We got excited there. But these things can happen and moments can come up. So appreciate the heads up from the team. But yeah, overall, I think both it's the same evaluation that we had as last time.
Yeah. So basically, we have one result already. You expect, I think, a Humpy victory there. So
yeah, two results. This game also I expect a result.
3.
Harika versus Kashlinskaya is a result.
And I think we expect a draw in the Jiner game.
Yeah.
And the final game is...
which we were actually discussing. So let's get back in. So rook d7 and queen c1 played very quickly by Shuvalova there. And again, in 2 minutes, 3 seconds. And I think this one also looks more like a draw.
Yeah. I think now maybe queen a5, attacking the a4 pawn there is a bit... queen has moved a lot. I know she's moved a lot. But I think this time queen a5 looks much better.
Yeah.
Actually attacking the a4 pawn. You don't want to ideally play b3 as well, because then the queen can sit on c3 sometimes later. So I think, how do you kind of defend that pawn, Rakesh?
Yeah, but actually also see the reaction by Salimova. So if you can have that camera, please. So it's Polina versus Nurgyul Salimova.
Yeah.
And just see their reactions. So Salimova is back at the board after queen c1. And I feel momentum has shifted, in this game somehow.
I am going to predict the black win here now, because I said 4 results, so I need to justify.
Yeah, you need the 4th result.
I need the 4th result.
Selfish.
Yeah. But I think the point is, queen a5, you have to play b3, right?
Let's try it out for the chat.
Yeah. And b3 is the obvious move. You don't want to play queen a1. And now queen c3 was my idea. And you're pressuring the c2 pawn already. You're pressuring the
kick you out.
I mean, if rook e3, I'm thinking, can I just take the pawn?
Oh, yeah.
And the d4 pawn is also weak right now. So I just feel that I have a few squares I can occupy with my pieces here. And the knight on h4 still looks a bit funny.
True. I agree. It's also like maybe even if it's it ends in a draw, white will have to be playing for the draw.
Yeah.
Because I like black's position. Black has pieces are on great squares. And it's like black is the one pushing.
And she has the momentum, right? As you said, she has the momentum. She was worse. Now she's equal. And, white can sense the momentum shifting as well.
Exactly how you're so right, Sahil. That is exactly how Polina beat Kashlinskaya yesterday. Yeah. She was worse, then she was equal, then got a little better, momentum shifted, and then she played great chess to win.
And if queen c3 does happen, let's say queen c3. So what can white do though? Because if you can't play rook e3, you don't want to play a move like rook d2. I mean,
can I just I like this bishop is annoying. So what if I take?
So I take with the knight and I pressure d4 again.
Okay, then I kick you out first.
Rook d3, maybe just queen b4. Yeah, I just maintain the queen like a nuisance there and put pressure.
Oh, wow. Now I'm already, kind of wondering how do I defend the pawn?
Yes.
d1 maybe? Just hanging on.
Ooh, then rook d8. That's what I always wanted to do.
I mean, it's like I have to defend this game for 2 more hours, which I'm not in the mood for. Yeah, basically.
Yeah.
There might be a better move. Let's check in with the Silicon Monster what they are saying, and it's bishop d3. Okay, at this point, but I mean, as a human, it's more the human tendency is I want to play rook e3. You are not allowing me that because of queen c2. So let me chop off that bishop. Also, my knight is, funny in the corner. So instead, if they're saying bishop to d3, let's check that out.
Because now I'm wondering, why can't I just take on d4, right? Because rook takes d4.
Of course, yeah, with the rook, because you don't want to play queen takes. Let's just show it to the chat, plenty of different rating ranges in the chat. So you do not want to put your queen in front of the opponent's rook or bishop. So that's why Sahil is saying rook takes d4. And yeah, Sahil, you were saying.
Now the knight is also hanging, so you have to take on f5.
Correct.
I
loose pieces drop off, so always
so
watch
knight
out for
takes
that.
f5, knight takes f5, let's say bishop takes f5, e takes f5. I just won a pawn. Now you can take on d4, I take with the queen, and maybe you have rook e7 and it's equal, but as of now, I have an extra pawn. So I would rather, I don't know which side you prefer, but I would still be black.
Yeah, white has the counterplay, black has the material. But yeah, it's again the fact that even if this ends in a draw, white is the one struggling, which is what I'm sure.
We didn't think of five
yeah,
years back.
We didn't think of. So I like this move, Sahil. The more we talk about it, queen a5 was looking the best option, but Salimova goes back bishop to g6.
That's a safer choice. Yeah, you don't want to calculate all these variations. You keep it safe.
Taken
on g6.
Immediately take. I feel bishop g6 was kind of a subtle draw of a move that I don't want to take advantage, and I'm happy to just get the ball rolling. Add half a point to my kitty. Don't want to end up 0-2, and I feel knight g6, bishop knight g6, and this game is definitely heading to a draw now.
Edge g6, by the way, but also doesn't change matters.
Yeah, I think she wants to keep the option open of knight d5, knight f5.
So maybe your prediction of 3 results is looking likely. Chat, let us know. What do you think? How many results we'll get today? I'm still stuck on my 4. I don't know. I don't want to go back on my word.
I think, Sahil, I think there's going to be 3. But let's see if chat agrees with me or with you. So
Yeah.
How many results coming in there?
And by the way, if we go back to the Humpy game for a second, after rook d e8, white played queen to g3. So there are some tactics in the air. There can be knight f6 ideas, some bishop h6 ideas. But do they work? Because what if I just take the pawn on b2?
You see me smiling, Sahil. I had kind of predicted this. I somehow knew Humpy is going to win this one. I don't know why. But yeah, I don't see a reason. Bishop b2. Not sure what she has missed though, because it's obviously a very simple recap, very simple capture.
Because funny enough, everything is defended. So g7 is defended for now. f6 square is defended for now with the bishop. The c7 pawn is defended with the knight. And there's some pressure on the e4 knight as well, because the bishop a8 and the rook on e8 kind of converge there. So yeah, f6. Oh, he plays f6. He doesn't go for the critical variation.
It's not the best move in the position though.
You're kind of opening up your king though, This is where the tide...
Sahil, you mentioned, now this diagonal is open. Now suddenly all tactics will only work if the king is in the corner.
Yeah.
So, but then there are some back rank ideas for white. So you have to be very careful here with how to proceed. But I think I like the free pawn idea. I don't know what both the players missed. But bishop b2, maybe rook d1. Again, the rook being against the black queen was critical.
I think as you see the clock tick down, you'll see more of these moves. f6, risk, maybe slight errors, because people don't have time to calculate every single variation.
Yeah.
So I think we have the convenience of the bar. You make a move, it tells us, okay, no guys, you're wrong here. Let's not go in that direction. So players clearly don't have that, and it's kind of difficult for them to make that call in such time pressure.
Very true, very true.
So f6 in the Humpy game, and maybe we can check out the Harika game. Has something happened? I know there was a glitch there with a blunder, but maybe worth checking out anyways, because black did play actually b4. So the b file is open now. King goes to g2, and now rook f to c8. So what's Harika's defensive maneuver here, Rakesh?
I think you have to put a rook on the c file. And maybe chat this is very important for you to learn and for the viewers as well. You think, okay, rook a c1 makes sense, but then what about this pawn? And what about this black opponent's pawn also might be a passed pawn. So always think which rook you want to place where. So now the rook on h1 ain't going to attack black's king. So it makes sense to just release it from its duties on the right side of the board and use it on the left side of the board. So just bring the rook over to by rook h1 style, so that our rook in the corner on the leftmost square can be used for defensive resources again on these squares.
Great idea, Rakesh. And she just goes for the same idea, just a square further to b1.
Yeah.
And I think she defends the b2 pawn there. And maybe there could be an idea to somehow try and exchange the a and b pawns. If that gets exchanged, then you have pawns on one side of the board. Maybe that helps white in some cases. But as of now, still very complicated. I still don't know what the knight on f6, the bishop on g7, and the bishop on g5 will do, because these three pieces are fighting a separate battle there for some reason.
Feels like a different game.
Yeah. These guys are, this is where the cool kids are hanging out, and they should also hang out there. I still don't know. Knight e8, knight c7, knight b5, that Benko maneuver, typically trying to open the b file and remove the knight from there.
That's a beautiful idea. If the knight. The black knight comes on d4 via this, and she plays it, Sahil.
Wow.
So very good call out there. And if this happens, if the black knight ends up on d4, it's going to be a win for black. So Harika has to take that into account. She has 15 minutes to figure that out. And we will, let's take a very quick break before the time pressure and the action heats up. And we'll be back very shortly, chat.
Welcome, everyone. We are back after a short break to check out some exciting games at the Women's Grand Prix Pune. Rakesh, how are you feeling about today overall? The vibe, the tournament itself, the results, the games, the players. What's your overall take?
Very, very exciting. And once you have a result, a decisive result in the first 45 minutes of the game, the day is perfectly set up. And it's games like these that we can see so much action. And we left this game between Harika and Kashlinskaya there at Rook HB1, Sahil. And then we saw knight to e8, where we showed this idea of the knight coming to c7 and then to b5 and in the center to b4. Harika, envisages that and plays bishop e3 first to, in prophylaxis to stop it. Bishop f6.
This is so nice, right? Because these were the only three pieces. Like
Yeah.
They are hanging out, having their own
Cool kids
They're
party.
like in the corner, wondering, should we hang out with the cool kids? They finally gather the courage and they finally switch to the queen side. And pretty soon, Rakesh, there'll be no pieces on the king side. The kings will be all alone.
Yeah, and you can see Rook a3. Harika, just trying to give extra cushion to the knight on c3. And I just really like what Alina is doing. Bishop to d8. Just look at the black bishop on g7 and the knight on f6. Sahil. Knight went back, made room for the bishop, and now the bishop is coming there to bring, I think the bishop is expected to come to a5 or to b6. Maybe trade this bishop in this way.
As we said, Rakesh, the dark square bishop, it cannot be exchanged for white. If
Correct.
that bishop vanishes from the board, I can guarantee you the bar will take a dive deeper than the Mariana Trench. So I think here, Harika has to be very, very cautious. Bishop b6, of course, the queen is awkwardly placed, so we don't know if bishop b6 will happen. But whenever that happens, the trade is offered. She has to find a way to avoid it or get something else in return, so that it becomes simple. As of now, she has some good pieces. Rook a3, blocking the a pawn, defending the knight. Rook b1, defending the pawn on b2, which is kind of stabilized. You can see it with the bar as well. But black is bringing reinforcements, and white has to be very careful.
Yeah, and I really like what Harika has done on the last one. Queen d1. Like, we have been saying this throughout the stream today that a queen is not is not very comfortable in front of a rook or the opponent's bishop. So just drops out of the way, saying, okay, my queen is doing the same job it's doing from c2, but because the queen is out of the game, there are no pins suddenly, and I can have access to moves like knight to c4, keeping an eye on the d6 pawn, keeping an eye on these the two squares where the bishop can come in. So I really like queen d1 threatening knight c4. And producer G, if we can go full screen to the players, it just shows the players are locked in, Sahil. Look at them.
It looks like a mirror image, and it's like it's like I cannot even imagine the stakes here. If you look at only the players, let's remove the board from this picture. You would think, I don't know, this is a life-threatening situation. It's so serious. And I really want to look at both players. None of them taking this lightly. They know the stakes here. They know how important this game is. Both of them lost the first game. They do not want to lose another. And they know how the position is set up. It's very difficult to, for this to end in draw. There are a lot of complications. And I really want to point out how difficult this is. It looks completely equal. Let's just try to play bishop b6 from black for a second. Let's just say I want to play bishop to b6, very normal move. I want to exchange the bishops. Can you find the best move? Chat, this is a challenge for you as well as Rakesh. What do you think? Why has the bar just jumped up here? And what is the problem? We discussed this briefly, chat. Let's go.
Yeah, and firstly, shout out because I can also make this move on the board for our viewers and our audience there because of our amazing production team who have brought up the chess.com board above the 3D board as well.
Yeah.
And I think bishop b6 is a great move for black in normal circumstances, except I think this time either I have a tempo with knight c4 or maybe I can get a little ambitious by attacking the queen on b4 by playing knight to a2.
Yeah, that unorthodox move. The queen is trapped by its own pieces. Look at the queen. No squares to go to apart from a5. And as soon as you hit that square, suddenly there's another blow, the pawn to b4.
Wow.
You cannot take with the a pawn, it's pinned.
But
and-
Sahil, I know the en passant rules. Can I take the pawn?
Absolutely, you can. That's what I would play. But I think most players here would not do that, Rakesh, because the queen is hanging
Okay.
on a5. So you would have to simply give up the knight on c5 and the game is over.
Oh
So
my
that's
God.
how quickly it can end. So do not be fooled by the bar here sitting in the middle. It could be one move away from absolute catastrophe.
So in fact, Sahil, Queen D1 is a very mischievous,
Yeah.
devilish trap there by Harika, because it's so normal for black to continue, because you see the last two moves that you can see on the top board chat, bishop f6, bishop d8 for black. So it is so obvious that black will want to play bishop b6 on the next move. Harika quietly gets the queen out of the way, praying. I'm pretty sure she is just hoping in her mind that Alina falls for this tactic with bishop to b6, and boom, there the bar goes, and knight a2 is winning. What a trap.
Rakesh, when you set up a trap, so do you kind of just keep a poker face? Do you kind of sit seriously? Do you kind of just walk away from the board? Because I would just walk away from the board. I would not look at it because it would be very difficult to keep a serious face sometimes.
Same, even I would walk away, but I walk away normally only. Because, but if you are like Harika's most common pose while thinking is the one that you see on the right here. But if she walks at this moment, then the opponent thinks something is up. So Harika is just saying, "Are normal hai na position, just thinking normally."
Yeah.
And then hoping for the blunder. And Saib, is there any possibility black falls for it?
No, I don't think so. I think she probably understands that, there must be something. And I think there's this intuition that tells you that the queen on b4 doesn't have squares. So you kind of, go deeper here. Bishop b6. How can she even attack my queen? And there's only one way, and that's knight a2. And once knight a2 happens,
Alina is playing something very smart.
very safe.
She is super strong.
But Rakesh, what happens if I just pick up the a4 pawn now? But I have to pay a heavy price for it in terms of my dark square bishop. Bishop takes c5, rook takes, and knight takes a4. Can I do this?
I think you can do it tactically, but positionally it doesn't make a lot of sense. And you will have these dark square weaknesses for life. And temporarily you might end up a pawn extra, but doesn't really work out in the long run. I would say Harika has to really think a lot before she gives up the dark squared bishop.
But Rakesh, look at the clock though. 11 minutes. There is no time to think for long. So she really needs to make that decision very quickly. I would say I agree with you. Even though it's a free pawn, it's a passed pawn on b2. I think the dark square has a huge price to pay for it. And I think at this point, Harika is left with a difficult choice with less time on the clock. I am sensing black is in control here.
Black is definitely in control, and I think I would it's either you play bishop c5 by thinking couple of minutes, or you play knight c4. You don't invest 8 to 10 minutes and then play bishop takes c5.
Yeah.
You got to go now. There's just no time, because chat, we are just on the 22nd move with queen to b7. And imagine that is 18 more moves in under 10 minutes, Sahil.
Absolutely. I think Harika has to trust her intuition here. Is there enough compensation if she takes that pawn? And are the dark square defendable? If she feels no, then she should not go for that variation. And we can see black here kind of lean in and look at the position. She understands the clock has gone below the 10-minute mark. The first player to fall below that 10-minute mark. This is where the clock starts showing you seconds, Rakesh. It gets on your nerves and you feel that tension build up in your body. I just played a rapid event a few days back. Once you see that time go down, right? In rapid, let's say 2 minutes when you have, it just gets very, very scary to play.
Yeah. And of course, plenty of action on the other boards as well. But Sahil, I think this is the most important matchup right now, because both players, remember, started with, I think, 0 out of 1, lost the first game. So very crucial game coming up.
I think time situation definitely makes it much more complicated. Harika in a critical choice. Does she take on c5 and the a4 pawn? Does she do something else? What could be that something else, Rakesh? Because she needs to see a viable alternative as well.
I think I would just throw in knight c4 at this point. Nice strong move, bringing the knight kind of to the center, making it more active, keeping your bishop, and more importantly, keeping your time as well.
I like this move because now the knight on e8 cannot move either.
Correct.
So the d6
yes.
pawn is under attack.
Always eyeing this pawn.
Also, there can be tactics with knight takes c5 and bishop takes c5 or bishop takes
Correct.
c5. So there are a bunch of options there. So knight c4.
Oh, she's going to move the rook. Rook a2. What?
Rook a2. That's a weird move.
What's the idea?
Does she want to move the knight to a3, knight c4, knight a3, knight b5? I don't know. I'm not completely convinced.
This is like a pass move, right? Like, I didn't do anything in my book. Like,
yeah.
White could also play king h2, king g2, for example.
Yeah. I think she's passing on the responsibility to black to come up with a plan. Maybe she thinks black also doesn't have much. And sometimes the best thing you can do is just stay still.
Yeah, which is very tough.
Very tough.
And, in fact, this is in no way threatening a bishop c5, rook c5, knight a4 either. And maybe there's an idea that Harika wants to play rook to c1 now. Now maybe I'm getting an idea why she played this, because now the pawn on b2 is defended by the other rook. So that may be one of the ideas. And like you said, just staying still, asking Alina, what's your plan?
So if I look into her plan, I just want to put that bishop on b6, move that knight out of the way 1 million miles and exchange the dark square bishops, because that has been my goal. If I move the bishop on e3, then the queen comes in, then the knight comes in, then it gets very uncomfortable. Look at that tasty f4 square. A knight could drop there at some point. That would be devastation. So bishop b6, what can white do?
Yeah, I think, again, I just feel knight c4 has to be bland. In fact, knight c4 on the last move was also kind of deterring Kashlinskaya from playing bishop b6.
Exactly, because now the bishop can drop back to a7. So that's another complication in the position. And the problem is, these are all okay moves, but they're complicated. And that's exactly what Harika doesn't need. So Alina looking like she's in great shape here. A golden chance to win with the black pieces and cover up the loss she had yesterday.
Yeah, definitely. And, players are so tensed. This is the business and we are closing in on 3 hours of play, Sahil. And can you imagine, like, Divya's game finished 2 hours ago?
Yeah, I think, I don't know. What would you do, Rakesh? Let's say you finished a game early, surprisingly early. And then what would you do? Would you kind of start preparing instantly for your opponent? Would you follow your opponent's game? Would you just rest, maybe take a short nap? Like, what would you do in that situation?
I think just a short nap and then check out the FIDE or Chess.com stream and just see how your opponent is doing. What are Sahil and Rakesh talking about my opponent tomorrow? And then, get back to preparing a little. But I think firstly, when she goes back to her room and talks to her coach or her trainers, she's going to definitely say a big thank you for that opening prep that she got today.
Fully deserved. And what a game that was. 9.6 accuracy, insane accuracy there.
And just if somebody in chat is joining us, out of the 5 games, one of the games ended pretty early, like a miniature game kind of, where Divya Deshmukh managed to beat Vaishali. And the other 4 boards are still going after 2 hours of play since Divya's result. And this is the game where we have a player under 10 minutes, Sahil.
9 minutes now, Rakesh. And just to point out, even though this is, players have made few mistakes here, 23 moves in, accuracy for white is 97 and accuracy for black is 98.3. So this is very, very good. Top level chess, amazing chess, but still it's not enough. Sometimes this is so complicated. And I would say anybody's game still, Rakesh.
Very true, very true. And we have another game which has under 10 minutes. Can we quickly jump into that game, Sahil?
Absolutely.
Because Munguntuul it has lesser time than Harika also.
Wow. So 9 minutes for white, 8 minutes 55 seconds for white, 33 minutes for black. Similar situation to that game. And in this case, it's a clear situation which you understand black is slightly better because the king has come to the center. I have removed your knight from d5, that star piece. You have a weakness on c3. Your bishop on f2. It's blocked by a pawn and a knight on either side. The king is on g1. I would definitely prefer to be black here, Rakesh. And I would say maybe good chances to win this.
Yeah, and if we quickly come back to how we got this position. So Rook D3 was played. King G7 here, was this, a kind of a draw offer by white?
Yeah.
Jiner
Yeah,
says
yeah.
slightly declines, and H4 on the board. A5 wanted, you can clearly see black is the one trying for some things to happen.
Yeah.
And a little bit of tickle for the rooks. Again, no plan for white. And you see the engine is also kind of, the bar on the left is going down. So it means black is getting a little bit better with every move. And Sahil, like you said, mentioned King E6. King has come to the board, the center of the board. Now Bishop is also free to come out from this side. This pawn is a lesser weakness now, whereas this pawn still remains a weakness. And I think the fourth win you were talking about, Sahil, might come from this game now.
Absolutely. It looks like the bishop will be a great piece after defending for so long. It finally steps out into the open with a devastating threat. So I think, and especially Rakesh, if d5 ever happens long term, black.
That's the idea, right? Bishop at 6, chop off the bishop for the opponent's knight, and then play d5.
Yeah, that will be such a huge center. And there might be other moves, by the way. I would not be shocked if e4, f4 at some point, or b4, a4. Like, so many pawn breaks white has to calculate and be ready for. And black has to choose, right? So black has the luxury to choose, when do I push each pawn? And white has to be ready for each pawn break, every single move. And she has 8 minutes. This is not easy.
Not easy at all. And she plays bishop at 6. Our move.
Let's go.
I think today we've been very good at guessing the moves of the grandmasters here. And Sahil, you remember you mentioned a great point about half an hour ago that Jiner is playing very fast and trying to create some pressure on opponent's time. And she's going at it really fast. And I would not be surprised at some point Munguntuul plays one fast move and that turns out to be a blunder.
Yeah, that's how chess always
goes.
By the way, knights have been played off, Rakesh, and now it's a bishop and rook endgame. That does make white's task a bit, I would say, cleaner. But it makes black's task also cleaner. They both know exactly what to do. And I still prefer the bishop on h6, and there's still a weakness on c3.
Sahil, just a minute. I have a crazy idea. What if I play bishop e3 check? What do you do?
Oh, I see it. I see it. So king g2 maybe.
And I just kind of trap your rook, with bishop d4.
That is dangerous. That is dangerous. So I can't play this, yeah? I have to play bishop f2 maybe.
I mean, sure, you can take this. You have some compensation. But I'll be the happier of the two.
Yeah, this should be.
And also, let's see the bishop f2 move. What if I still go? No, then you have a check. Because now you take with the bishop, and if I take, you go
bishop
check.
a7 check. So tactics, you have to be very, very careful. They can backfire.
But okay, rook into d5, Jiner trying to work out these tactics.
But Rakesh, she might still try it out. I mean, white is under time pressure, bishop e3, and sometimes it's possible to miss these moves.
Yeah, because maybe white thinks, I need to keep the bishop here to protect the pawn.
Yeah.
So, oh my god, I think bishop e3 check might happen. Just because you can also drop back, like just show who's the boss. Bishop e3 check, bishop f2, just drop back because white has to protect this pawn once again, and then you maybe try something else.
Like, it's very interesting. So now white is under serious time pressure, right? So black can take two approaches. Either you can just try to take a deep think, come up with a very tricky plan which your opponent has not thought of, and that will force them to think longer or make a mistake. Or would you try to use that time advantage, play like good moves, maybe not even the best, but try to just put them even further in time pressure?
Yeah, that's a great point, Sahil. I think the best approach, what I have learned over the years, is to have a mixed approach with this situation, and just helps if you keep your opponent guessing. And
can we run to the Harika game quickly?
Quickly to the Harika game, because there might be a repetition coming in.
Wow. Can we go full screen? Because
full screen, please, because I think the players are looking out for the arbiter.
Yeah, I think because this was the position after bishop d8 where queen d1 was played, and we reached this position one time.
Yeah.
Then queen b7, rook a2, queen b4, rook a3 the second time, and now queen b7, rook a2, queen b4, and rook a3. would be and it's been played, by the way.
Yeah, it's been played. So it's basically now up to Alina. And chat. It's. I think clocks have been paused, if I'm not mistaken, or I see Harika's clock running, but also the Rook A3 moves played.
So do you think Harika played it but did not claim the draw?
Maybe because the best or the correct way to claim it is to write down the move on your score sheet, pause the clock, and then call the arbiter.
Yeah.
So I think, but Harika is so experienced. I'm pretty sure she might
she
have done
knows it for sure. But do you think she probably didn't claim it because she wants to?
And I think it's a draw. And it's a draw.
It's a draw.
It's a great result. Great save by Harika because I thought it was very tough for her overall. But I think like you remember I mentioned that if Alina somehow offers a draw, she would be happy to accept it. And there we have it. Harika and Kashlinskaya both get on to the scoreboard for the Women's Grand Prix in Pune.
I think both will be decently happy with this result. I think, and of course, we expected Black to push because of the time situation.
Yeah.
But at the end, the position is roughly balanced, and Black is Black is not low. I think maybe she was not as clear on the winning plan here. Maybe she felt she didn't see it, and of course, I think Harika was pretty solid as well. So a draw. And that means, as you said, both of them get half a point on the scoreboard now. So tomorrow's game will be very, very crucial for them. So 2 results we have, Rakesh, so far. And now maybe it's time to head off to another game where we saw that, White has limited time. Maybe it's the game of Jiner.
Yeah, and I think while Jiner is thinking still on that position, if you can go to Humpy's game, because there have been some active updates in that. And Salome is down under 10 minutes now.
Oh wow! So 10 and 14.
So we left the position at f6, Aile, if you remember. So after f6, Bishop d2 was played. Humpy now goes for the pawn with Bishop takes b2, Rook to d1. Now remember, Black is a pawn up in this position. Queen comes to f5, Bishop d3. Like I said, the Queen does not feel comfortable in front of the opponent's Rook and Bishop. So Queen goes to the side, and pawn advances and Bishop comes back to the center of the board side.
It all depends on this move, Rakesh, because if White can trade off queens with Queen g4, I think White will hold this. Okay. That's my judgment at least. But if White tries to do something else, I think it might back. But there is nothing else, right? I mean, f4, for example, like would feel like a risky move to me, trying to avoid.
Yeah, immediately like a check, and there's just so many tactics.
Yeah,
and but again, Sahil, do you play Queen g4 if you know you are a pawn down?
I mean, but I think f4 just feels too weakening to me. I think Queen g4 has to be a solution. I see the c7 pawn is weak. I see the diagonal, c4, g8, and maybe there is
very tough psychologically because we have the engine, and she plays f4, Sahil. What? Bishop, something immediately played. Humpy
Bishop d4 check
alert. She knows. I had predicted this. Sahil, Humpy is very much happy with the last 2 moves.
Can we go full screen on this and check it out? The body language, the expressions, because here as well, White has 8 minutes now. So all the 3 games reaching time pressure at the same time. 16 moves to go. So that means it's roughly 30 seconds a move.
I think it's very tough. Oh, this is a great angle because chat can also see the board here on the bottom right and with the moves. Sahil, where do you go with your king? Do you advance or do you slide in the corner?
I mean, wherever I go, there's a bishop pointing at me at some point. So h1, there's a bishop on a8. h2, I'm again worried about bishop e5 if I push the f pawn. So maybe h2 because, at least there's a pawn on f4. But it's a very, very slight preference, I would say.
Yeah, I think let's just even play a random of king to h2. How does Humpy advance after this?
Very interesting, because at some point I want to play f5, but it doesn't feel like I want to give the g5 square also.
I think there's also an idea you just tuck away your king in the corner with king h8, because remember we want the pieces now. We don't want trades or exchanges. So we think Black has to be careful of this bishop c4 idea of trading the knight at some point with the bishop. So just tuck your king away in the corner. Get away from this knight f6 checks also somehow.
Wow, Rakesh, there's a crazy idea here, and this kind of reminds the King H2 played, by the way. So King H8 is a very good move apparently.
Okay, let's show our chat.
And let's say White just plays a normal move. I don't know. Let's say pawn to A3. You know, White says,
I say pass.
there's nothing crazy going on. There's no stress.
Okay.
And now, chat, if you really want to be the next Magnus Carlsen or the next Hikaru Nakamura or the next Humpy, you really want to find this move. It's an insane one.
Oh, I just had a look at the engine and it says that's a crazy move, Sahil. Like pawn to G5, like opening up the G file, opening up this diagonal against the queen and king. Oh my god, that's crazy.
But again, it's all about that diagonal. You know, I mentioned I'm not sure I want to put the king on H2 or H1, and now H2 is the obvious problem. And G5, the entire purpose is if you take on G5, there is bishop E5, and you can say goodbye to your queen. So, but in the game, King H8 did not happen. We have rook to E7.
That's an interesting one. As we can see now, bishop C4, a trade is possible for White. But I was telling you about the time pressure tactic, Sahil. It's very nice, if you don't play something forcing. So King H8 was kind of that move, telling you to figure out or to come up with the plan.
Also, now maybe the bishop will come to C4 at some point. The knight will be pinned. As we have seen, pins are very deadly. So you want to avoid pins. Yeah. And that was a good move, King H8. Very, very prophylactic. But as of now, even now, I think Black is planning to put pressure, maybe double up rooks at some point. And it still looks very, very complex. 6.5 minutes now. 6.5 minutes.
Yeah, that's very little time. And, it would be great if we could have the clock times on this scene as well. Bishop C4 played, Sahil.
Oh.
Bishop C4 played because, time is going to decide this game, Sahil, I feel.
Absolutely, and now there could be many tactics. So, for example, if Black plays a normal move, let's say A5, Queen D3 is a deadly move. You're attacking the bishop, attacking the knight. So, I think here King H8 would be prudent just to get out of that pin very quickly. We do not want a situation where tactics could be very, very deadly for White or Black. So, King H8, very important.
Okay, Bishop C4 played, Sahil. King H8 looks like the most normal move, right?
Yeah. Especially once the bishop is on C4, I think it makes a lot of sense. And that G5 idea, I mean, it's not gone. Queen and king are still on the same diagonal.
Yeah, true. And yes, this is awesome, Sahil. We have the clock times now as well on this scene. So thanks to a producer. And, 14 minutes for Humpy. Looks like she should have enough time to find King H8.
Yeah, let's hope so. And for now, thinking 13 minutes.
And I thought she was going to play a move.
Very difficult though. I think once you reach this stage, you reach a situation where you simply don't have time to kind of calculate all the complications. So you're trusting your intuition, you're trusting your understanding of the position of extent, and sometimes it just betrays you. The position is just too complex. And yeah, I mean, King H8 does look logical and Humpy should find it.
Yeah, in fact, Sahil, as weird that it may sound, but King H8 is kind of the only move that keeps the game in the balance.
Wow.
Because if you don't play King H8, it's suddenly White is going to be better and Salome will be in the driver's seat.
Yeah, I think that would be an amazing turnaround though. I think
unexpected, completely unexpected.
So basically you would be wrong about Humpy winning, but I would be right about the result. Yeah,
but I mean, anything can happen in sport. Yeah. But let's see. I think Humpy is about to make a move. No,
not yet. We're falling towards a 10-minute mark. And just to remind the chat, 3 games going on, 2 have been over. In the Humpy game, 6 minutes versus 12 minutes. In the Shuvalova game, it's 13 minutes versus 9 minutes. And in the Munguntuul versus Jiner game, it is 8 against 25 minutes. So all 3 games, as of now, looking like we're going to see some blunders coming in soon.
Of course. And I think we'll not switch the cameras, but just show our chat a quick update on the Munguntuul versus Jiner game. because we were talking about this trade of bishop Sahil, and that has happened. So in fact, she did go for that bishop e3 check. Bishop f2 was your move, and they traded bishops. But now I feel, White may have her task cut out, because it's even more difficult, because White is just going to be tied down to the protection of these pawns, whereas Black can just keep pushing on the queen side.
Absolutely. And you have to be very, very careful here, because a4 could be in the air to later on potentially play rook a6 and enter down the a file. You have some pressure on d5. So for example, my first thought was, why can't I just play rook takes e3? Then I realized there's rook takes e5 instead. So you also have to be very careful about these tactics. And also, I think, Black has more space. The king is closer to the center, and somehow Black has more time on the clock. So things looking fine. But I think she still needs one more mistake from White to convert this game.
Yeah, and as just a quick reminder that Munguntuul versus Jiner, the board you see on the bottom right, has reached the time control. So 40 moves completed. So Munguntuul will not be under pressure, unlike Salome, because she has just 6.5 minutes and Humpy has about 10 minutes and change.
And still no king h8. So Humpy is contemplating what other move could she play here.
Come on, king h. You got to go king h8 side.
Yeah.
It's just like the bishop is staring down.
Rakesh, there's an insane move here, which would just, I think, throw you out of a chair. And that's bishop g1 check.
Oh. What the hell? Oh, okay. You want to then capture on e4 and capture on d1.
Yes. So if you take with the rook, then the knight on e4 is hanging.
Okay.
And if you take with the king, then I take on e4 with the rook. And if you take on e4, then the rook on d1 hangs. So, but I still feel these tactics are great, but it's best with the king on h8. That ping can be a problem.
Yeah, and I think this is like a good saving grace for White. And the best part for Salome here would be that these lines are forcing. You do not have waste any time playing these. So if you are in Humpy's camp, you got to wish for king h8 here.
Yeah, she's still calculating, and she also falls below the 10-minute mark. So Rakesh, when you're playing a classical game, what is that time you reach when you're like, okay, this is serious now?
Gotta go. I think for me, it's like the 5-minute mark. Because then after that, I just don't feel that comfortable. And
for me, it's like the 20-minute mark, because I'm a huge time travel addict, so I just panic.
You look like an addict.
Yeah. Time travel addict.
Time travel.
Yeah.
But then it's always tough. No, I'm sure a lot of your games have changed in time travel, like winning, going to losing, or losing games end up in draws or winning.
And losing to further losing. But I think nobody likes time pressure. Let's just put it that way.
Except if your name is Alexander Grishchuk.
Yeah.
And we have a result between Shuvalova and Salimova, and the game has ended in a draw. Let's have a quick look on the board on the right. And Sahil, as we know, you're not allowed to offer draws, but there is a repetition there. A very good game between two young talents there. And Black was the one trying and pushing for a bit towards the end, but Shuvalova and Salimova trade all the pieces here, as you can see on the bottom right. Queen takes c3, giving up a pawn for temporary sacrifice to get this perpetual check. So the queen and king keep checking each other, and I think the players are also discussing some ideas in the middle game that were very interesting, and great shot and great capture and call out by our production team there. So 3 results in, Sahil, 1 decisive and 2 draws. So you have your prediction already lost.
Yeah, unfortunately that will not work out. But there was a moment here on move number 29.
Okay,
when White played king
that
g2,
out.
and after knight d4, queen d3, apparently there was one slight chance for Black if she had played knight to b3, which is so uncomfortable to play, kind of putting your knight in a place where it cannot return from. But after anywhere you move the queen, I think there was some counterplay and some knight d2 ideas as well. And there was some counterplay potentially there. But I think very difficult to play for a human. She went for the logical choice. I think both players will be very happy with this, because at some point, White was better and Black completely equalized. I think a fair result. Draw.
True. And yeah, it's like also good for Salimova that she gets a draw in her game. And if we don't see a win in Munguntuul with Jiner, Divya would be our sole leader after day 2.
Exactly the point in my head. So that game becomes very crucial. Can Zujina win with the black pieces and join Divya in the lead at this event? So 3 results.
Okay, sorry to cut you, but King H8 has been played by Humpy.
Oh.
So let's quickly get into that game because the other game already has reached time control.
Yeah.
So they'll get 30 minutes, but who will not get 30 minutes is Melia Salome because she has not played her 40th move.
14 moves to go, Rakesh. So it's a
4.5 minutes.
Oh, that's so difficult. And the position is complicated. And Rakesh, you were mentioning you're taking on d5. Feels like a logical move, but the bishop becomes very strong. So you have to be absolutely sure you are getting something. Bishop d5, bishop d5, bishop b4, for example. Feels very tempting if you look at this.
Yeah, for sure. And this is the better view that we have rather than the previous one because we see both the players' facial reactions as well and the board in a better way. And also for our viewers who prefer the 2D board on the bottom right, we have that one as well. And King H8 on the board. Sahil, I'm getting excited. Under 4 minutes for white.
Absolutely, and waiting for Interstellar to become real so that we can get 4D boards also, like the 5D boards. Let's hope for that in the future. But as of now, 2D and 3D is all we have.
So it's like, should we tweet to Elon Musk that?
Yeah, maybe soon.
But I think I just feel Bishop D5 has to be played.
So what's the idea though? So Bishop D5,
just to reduce the tension. It's like I'm getting panicked and I'm not even playing.
I think the idea is Bishop B4, Rakesh, maybe trying to use those awkward geometry for both the rooks, and you kind of try to win an exchange. So Black will have to play C5 here. That's the only move after, let's say, Bishop B4.
Yeah, but I can still go Rook takes D4, right? And maybe that is what Salome is calculating.
It does lead to liquidation a little bit. So Rook D4, Bishop E4, Rook E4, Rook E4, Rook E4, CB4, and then Rook B4. So what do you think of this position, Rakesh?
You see the board on the bottom right side. I was a pawn down as white and I've also recaptured that pawn.
Yeah.
And these are like 7 moves. Yeah. So I'm getting closer to the time control as well if these this series of exchange forced moves happen.
Yeah. Salome needs to find this continuation because it really simplifies the position. She will gain time on the clock. And this position she can hold in 2 minutes comfortably. The white king is very safe. In fact, I would say the black king is slightly unsafe because that diagonal is uncomfortable, but pretty much even Stevens.
Yeah, there you see a quick glance on the clock by white and she realizes she has only 2 minutes, 15 seconds, Sahil.
My legs are shaking, Rakesh. This is what happens in time pressure. It just makes everything so tensed. And look at Humpy just calmly sitting there. I mean, I would be losing my mind at this point.
Yeah, that's the reason why she's playing there and we are sitting here, Sahil. And I just feel somehow giving up that bishop for a knight and get in, like activating black's bishop might not feel the right idea. But if she's calculating, she's put in about 80%, she's invested 80% of her remaining time on this move, then she has to go bishop D. Another quick look at the clock, Sahil.
Yeah, this is getting nervy. 1.5 minutes now. Still 14 moves to go. Thanks for increment. Otherwise, this would be literally impossible at this point.
You see pieces flying and the DGD board's not able to capture that.
You can see the nerves on her face. She has to play now. 1 minute, 19 seconds.
And she goes for it. Bishop D5. What a top class move by white. Because that's the only move that keeps, white.
It really simplifies matters, Rakesh, and that's the main thing. And now comes Bishop takes D5, only move for black as well. And now she needs to play Bishop B4. That was the concept behind this. And that will really simplify white's task here because she has 1 minute and 30 seconds again.
She goes for it. Yeah. Bishop B4 was the only move. All other moves led to an advantage for black. And you can see that chess.com ! feature that shows it's the best move in the position.
Absolutely. Finding tough, moves in critical situations when you have no time. That's what
These 5 played style, are we going to see that long series of exchanges?
I think. Yes, I think White has seen all of it, and it is a very, very good idea for White because it really simplifies the position. And she has 1 minute again, so 12 moves to go.
So, Sahil, there's 2 exchanges that work best for White. One is rook takes d4, or else the other one is bishop takes c5. In both variations, White is safe, recovers the lost pawn. But if you go knight c5, that ain't good because there is some counterplay for black. Let's see what Salome does. She goes for rook d4.
The smoothest, the cleanest way to equalize. Rook takes d4. Great move. The brilliancy, by the way.
Wow.
So finding these, first of all, an exclamation mark, then a brilliancy. This is what
Under 2 minutes, Sahil.
This is what strong players do. And now she has a sip of water. Reminds me of Prague when she knows the game is going to be over soon.
And Sahil, as they say, form is temporary, but class is permanent.
Yeah.
And even though Salome's rating might have dropped a little bit, but you can see she still has that 2500 level, and she's showing that. And Humpy recaptures bishop e4.
Yeah.
That's, I think, one of the best moves in the position. And we will soon have that long liquidation line.
Yeah. I think I think this game very, very likely now, Rakesh, going to end in a draw.
Yeah.
So your prediction also might not work out. So it's likely going to be only 1 or 2 results today.
And can you imagine the only decisive game ended in 45 minutes and all others were draws after 4 hours?
Jiner fighting it out with the black pieces. So she generally has a chance. By the way, I think rook takes e4 will happen. Rook takes e4. A couple of exchanges pretty soon on the board. Black doesn't have a choice really here.
Yeah, rook e4. I think Humpy is also playing first. There's not much she can do. The only fact that she might be upset is where she played king h8 one move late. That was a moment where, you just put your opponent on the spot. Don't allow these exchanges so that she has to think more.
Absolutely, Rakesh. Just like in comedy, timing matters in chess as well. And right now, rook takes b4 would just equalize matters. Do you expect like a draw offer or something? Or
you can't. It's a 40 moves. So
yeah, maybe a repetition. At some point.
Yeah, just like 8 more moves to go, and now you can see also the body language. Both players know there's not much happening. In fact, White is maybe thinking, rook. Should I go rook e7? And because you can get you're threatening checkmate.
Yeah.
Or you can get the a7 pawn as well. And of course, if black isn't careful, there's queen g7 mate.
Yeah. I think either works. She's going for rook e7. I think.
She's going to capture, I think.
No, I think rook e7. Let's go. Let's see.
Oh.
I think rook e7 she'll go for.
Is ambitious, but also you can't play rook f7 because rook e8 is checkmate.
Yeah.
So how do you protect? She goes for rook e7.
Rook e7. You want to finish off with an attacking move at least. And now I think rook g8.
Yeah, call-outs have been really great, especially like anybody can predict the move after the players have played. We are trying to guess it before the players have.
I think queen g6 would be the simplest move here for black. I think just to kind of cut down on any...
Shut it down, accept the draw, make an escape square for your king. So just, for example, queen g6, takes. And she plays it. Sahil, what? Are you like, do you have some cameras?
No, I think basically everybody else is watching on a 15-minute delay and you guys are watching on a 15-second delay somehow.
Yeah, and queen g6 on the board, and it's like then once we enter that rook endgame, there's no need for the 40th move as well. I think they'll just repeat quickly.
Yeah. So Rakesh, maybe this game will end in a draw. I think we'll have to capture the final moments though. I'll give you an update on the other game. By the way, the A file has opened up in that game, so black's still pushing. So we might see some very, very interesting endgame there. A rook endgame, the most common endgame. I think we've seen hundreds of books written on this topic, and we'll see some execution today.
Yeah, and I think Munguntuul has gone for a little break because they are going to be getting extra time of 30 minutes. So let's come back to Humpy's game because I think I expect a handshake pretty soon on this board.
Yeah.
Because not much any side can do here. really, and
Yeah.
queen have been traded. I think Sahil, now even you can draw this against Humpy.
I'm not so sure. I'm confident, but I don't want to test myself against Humpy. Humpy now is very, very strong. So, if there's a way, I'll find it.
That's probably true, but yeah, it's just now. I think with black, you come around, you give up the b4 pawn, and you capture the a2 pawn.
I would say just rook b8, like takes, rook b8, b3, just finish.
Yeah, that's also possible. So, so I think I would say overall for the Indian players, of course, Divya had a great game, beat Vaishali. Vaishali not so much. Harika saved a tough game, whereas Humpy could have pushed a little bit more.
And that's interesting. So, do you think playing in your own country as a local player puts more pressure on you, or do you think it gives you more, ambition? Like, how do you kind of feel about that?
I think it doesn't matter so much in individual tournaments, and of course it's nice to play in your own country, lesser traveling time, good Indian food, like whatever you like, you're more closer to home. Whereas in Europe, you also have to travel a couple of days in advance. Sometimes a language problem in some countries. So I think players are more happier and more motivated to play. But the pressure angle kicks in, for example, like the Olympiad that we had in Chennai in 2022. That's where, things really get serious, because you see fans outside, you see the media presence. So that's when the pressure gets to, because if you perform well, you're suddenly an overnight hero. I mean, for the global, not the chess world.
Yeah.
And if you play worse, then suddenly it's
all eyes are on you. You feel all the heat. So I think I agree with you there. And this will definitely be motivating for the players. By the way, this will be a draw soon. Rook a4, rook c2, your plan, Rakesh, and we should see a draw soon here.
Yeah, I think players should be. I mean, Humpy will definitely be playing rook c2, or she want to get a little fancy and play rook c4 first.
No, I think rook e2 looks simplest.
I'm pretty sure she knows that the time to push has gone, and there you go, rook c2 on the board. I think we are on move 35, so
I don't think it will reach 40th move they offer a draw. Yeah,
correct. Yeah, so they just play rook b4, rook a2, and then just rook b8 check, king at 7, and yeah. I mean, Sahil, yesterday we had all the games reach the time control, and today it's like one game has actually reached, and this game is just reaching for the formality of it. Yeah, you just maybe, I think simplest is give a check, push the king up, and then come back to rook b4 so that all your pawns are protected. And she plays king g3.
You asked me, right, if I would defeat Humpy here, I would totally find like rook a8, rook g8 as black, king h7, and then f4, rook h4 mate. I would find that somehow. I don't know how. So, you never know.
Yeah, king g3, I think you can just also give him a check.
Yeah.
Then we see king goes. That's a repetition also maybe coming.
Yeah, king h7 played actually, but okay.
Oh, I thought rook a3. Yeah, so I think after this round, Munguntuul is still thinking. So we'll, I think, jump into that game after a quick break. But let's see, let's catch the handshake on this one. And can we go full screen, please? Because I feel handshake incoming.
It's kind of, I think, lucky for white that there was this variation to exchange pieces. And that's why rook e7, not the best move, because it allowed this simplification, because the time situation was such that if there was no simplification, white could have crumbled. So,
yeah, and I think great point this side. I'll just quickly show that position on the bottom right board, because this was the moment. King h2 by white, and we thought black has some counterplay. King h8 should have been played, and rook e7 allowed, that got the rook on that diagonal with the bishop. And now let's just check in with the board, and rook a3 check, 40th move done, draw will be offered now, king f2.
This is always a cute moment when the opponents know they are okay. You just kind of talk to your opponent with your eyes, yeah.
It's like, yeah, buddy, of course. Like, what I'm going to do here.
So a decent game for both players. I think Humpy will be slightly more disappointed with it, maybe because she had some chances as you predicted, but at the end, a draw, a fair result. So 3 draws today, 1 result so far. Only 1 game remains. And as the time control has been reached, we'll be back in a couple of minutes chat with that final game, and Black is pushing there.
Hello, chat. We are back. Day two action, fourth hour of play. We have reached the time control style in the only game that reached the time control, like uh, between Munguntuul and Jiner. And this is the position. Like move number 40, pawn to A4 was played by Jiner. She's the one pushing, trying for a win clearly. And then let's see how the game continued. King comes to e3, pawn takes pawn. Black really wants to create some counterplay, on the queen side, trying to get her rook in somehow. But after rook c7, king e2, the rook manages to come around, and c4, a
it's
mistake.
very difficult to sit idle, Rakesh. It's very difficult. You see the opponent coming in and you feel, oh my God, she has a plan. What's my plan? I don't see a plan. I can't push h5, g4, f4. Like, I can't do anything. The only plan I have is c4, and she goes for it. But what this does is, after takes, instead of one rook coming into the game, now both come into the game.
Rooks can,
So-
drop down.
And black but doesn't play rook a4 apparently the best one. Rook c6 also looks very, very logical. And what you kind of sense here happening, because how do you defend this pawn? You really can't.
Yeah, and if we just, because we have a lot of time, remember players gain 30 minutes on the clock, both the players after they reach move 40. That's why you see Jiner at 46 and Munguntuul at 17 minutes. So now black should have played rook a4 side, as you were mentioning, because simple, hitting the pawn. And it's really difficult for white to defend, because, for example, if you go something like rook c3, now you bring in your other rook and both the rooks are eyeing this pawn. So it's quite difficult. I mean, I think the best plan could have been f4, e4, and then going here. But it's still so much easier for black to play here.
Absolutely. And the only idea now in the current position is that the pawn on d6 also hangs. So white is not, black is not free to basically take on c4 instantly if you go to the live position.
Yeah.
So maybe there is some hope still for white.
Because if you capture this, I'm going to capture this, and then it's more likely a draw.
Yeah.
So white is still thinking, can we go full screen on the players? Because 16 minutes left. Crucial decision, Sahil. I think, like we said in the Kashlinskaya versus Harika game, I think we predicted the next 5 moves are important and will decide the result, and it did, because they repeated in those 5.
Yeah.
I feel again the next 5 moves in this position will also determine the result.
Absolutely. And I think rook d2, apparently, for example, the chess.com board is screaming at me that rook d2 is the best move, but not like, it's not completely obvious to me, rook d2. Yeah, you might consider other options like c5, trying to get the rooks into the game for some counterplay, but apparently only that move works. And even after that, what if black just attacks the pawn on c4 again? How do you hold now?
Yeah, very true. And rook d2 is again one of those ideas, Sahil, that you mentioned. It's not easy because we are just staying idle with rook d2. Whereas with c5, we are trying to make things happen, but that might backfire for white.
Yeah. So critical moment, 15 versus 45.
Can we have the cameras a little better, just zooming out a little or removing the logos?
And also the timers, if we can add it.
Yeah, timers are there on the bottom.
Sorry,
so timers are good.
I think the black should kind of hit the black timer there. Good.
But yeah, if you could just zoom out a little bit and see the players' reactions as well, that would be great. And Sahil, prediction time. What do you think?
I think black wins. Because, black has all time in the world. And if that pawn falls, I've had such a position before, Rakesh, as white. And I've lost that position.
Tell me something new, Sahil.
I mean, it was against a grandmaster though, so I have my excuse ready. But the only thing is that, it's often psychologically very difficult to play, because your opponent has more freedom, rooks are more active, you're just sitting there waiting, nothing. And at some point you've had enough and you just kind of play that move to free up everything, but then just crumbles everything. So I think as of now, it's more of a psychological battle as well as a tactical battle. So white calculating what to do. So let's see. Rook c6 currently. Rook d2 has to be played.
Rook d2, the only move that keeps white in the game. Otherwise, things looking tough. Yeah, I think, Sahil, that's a good suggestion. Like in the chat, like what if somebody plays king to e3?
Yeah.
So
King E3 looks kind of a logical move. Yeah, you move the king up, and it doesn't seem to be anything wrong with this position. But I'm guessing something about the second rank, maybe even just rook a4 to attack the pawn. You can't really defend this. So maybe rook d2 kind of tries to create some, I don't know,
even
counterplay.
like let's say rook d2. What if I go rook a4? Same idea.
Yeah, if you go rook a4 now, maybe there is something here which was not available after king e3. There's some difference clearly.
I mean,
Because again, c5 maybe, yeah. That's
has
the
to be with a pawn break like f4 or c5.
Yeah, c5 is my go-to move because c5 you can't take with the rook because then I mean only white can win. So pawn takes and now rook d8 and I try to harass your king from the behind. Maybe the second rook also enters, comes to d7 at some point. The g6 pawn can be a target and at least I will not let you live in peace.
Makes sense. It's that much more difficult because I also think it is very difficult to defend this as white. And Munguntuul is getting a taste of her own medicine in a way because yesterday she was the one who was pushing, and now she has to defend this very tough game. And apart from the thousands of people in the chat and our team here, somebody else who might be very interested in this game is Divya Deshmukh. Because if Jiner wins, she joins her in the lead. Otherwise, Divya will enter day 3 with a half-point lead where she'll be playing Koneru Humpy side.
Oh, by the way, tomorrow's pairings will also be awesome. But tomorrow, apparently, it's Humpy against Divya. That promises to be a high stakes clash. And also, by the way, Jiner tomorrow plays Salome. So she will have the white pieces. And maybe she will also try to push tomorrow. So good chances there for her. And if she can win today, she might have sold it tomorrow.
Yeah, pretty much so. I think Black is definitely the one pushing. And I would say 70% Black wins and 30% Black draws. I mean, the players draw. What do you think?
So basically saying if they played 100 games,
then from this position.
Yeah, then basically 70 games Black will win and 30. So no white wins, yeah?
I mean, you are not playing as white. So.
One win might be 100 games, yeah? Maybe one.
One. Like a blunder. Barring a blunder, I don't see Black losing.
Yeah.
But it's also the time situation side. Yeah. Black has 4x the time of white. 11 minutes versus 46 minutes.
I sometimes used to wonder, in the past days when there was no clock, so maybe the time was too much, people could go and watch a movie and come back. Literally, there was a story once. A guy kind of was thinking his opponent was not moving. So he went watched a movie. Came back, his opponent was still thinking. So, the clocks really help us. They kind of give us a lot of pressure, but they're really there to make the game interesting.
Silent, just speaking of that thinking, looks like we have a still image here. Only if you see Munguntuul, blinking her eyes. Look at the amount of focus. Both the players are still.
Yeah.
Finally, Jiner just, changes her posture, but it was looking like we had a good 30 to 45 second clip. I mean, if somebody from our social media team is watching, that's a great clip there.
Yeah. Is it a video or a photo?
Yeah.
That's a nice one. I think reminds me again of Erigesi Arjun. It's impossible to figure out whether he's winning, losing, or whatever. Or
he's sad or happy.
Yeah. Same expression. And there you see.
Versus compared to a Hikaru, whom you will definitely know if he's winning or losing.
Yeah.
And C4 on the board. Oh. Mistake. Sahil.
That was my move, which is not a good sign. But okay, I mean, C5 does look like the move to kind of create counterplay, let's say. So that's the aim here. You do not want to...
You had to chill. You had to sit still. And, Jiner, to her credit, immediately captures and rook d2 now. A move that she should have played on the earlier turn.
This is very, very interesting. Because I thought rook d8, but I'm guessing c4 was the problem. Yeah, you have to play rook d2 anyways.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
But still, just c4 and rook d8. Now I will play c3. And this is what I think we saw yesterday in one of the games between Alina versus Polina, where Shuvalova just pushed the pawn c4, c3, c2, locked the passed pawn on that square and then won the game. And I feel Jiner is definitely thinking, hey, why not just c4? Past pawn should be pushed. Sahil, this is what we have learned about rook endgames and in endgames overall.
And also, rook should be behind the pass pawn.
It's a
That's also
dream
perfect.
scenario.
Rook should be on the 7th rank, ready to come to a2 if the rook moves. So everything, following every single, a checklist of, rook endgames here, black. So that is a good sign. And black right now has all the time in the world to kind of find out the best way to push here. I agree with you. I think c4 looks very tempting. And also, I think moving pawns on the king side makes less sense because you will trade off a few pawns and that pushes the game closer to a draw. So you want to maintain as many pawns as possible on the board. So c4 makes sense. And of course, activating the rook maybe to a4 or some other place or a1 as well might make some sense there. But c4, very logical.
Yeah, and I was just showing the position on the bottom right a few moves earlier. So I'll see it's like 4 pawns versus 4 pawns, double rook endgame. Should be a draw, but Jiner, credit to her, keeps putting on the pressure. And finally, Munguntuul cracks with pawn to c5. And now, I think if black plays c4, she is going to win the game, is what I feel.
Absolutely. And as of now, we are waiting for Jiner to play 11 minutes for white here. I honestly feel, you could have like 50 minutes as white. It would not change matters. Like, it's
too difficult.
Too difficult to defend this.
And I honestly feel we have a repeat of the same thought I was having where both players are locked into the same pose. Now finally Munguntuul having a sip of water. But just shows like even after almost 4 hours of chess, players are locked in, Sahil, because it's the Women's Grand Prix. It's just one level below the candidates.
Absolutely. And we can see white drink water. I think I'm going to take inspiration and have a sip myself. Always keep yourself hydrated, Rakesh bhai.
Especially with the Bisleri 500.
Absolutely. For mine, is it 500? 250.
And I think any Bisleri is better. So.
Yeah.
We look at that composure, the concentration.
The question for you, Rakesh, is how much time do you think black will take here? So let's say we have 43 minutes now. How much time do you think she'll take?
3 minutes.
3 minutes, yeah?
Yeah.
Because she also has to take a call, right? So the longer you think, the longer white also gets. And maybe you might need that, time pressure, added bonus there to win this game. Sometimes it helps. Because again, you've kind of checked in 3 rook endgame principles: rook behind the pass pawn, pass on Masjid Poach, rook on 7th rank. But we have forgotten conveniently that one important one, that all rook endgames are drawn.
Exactly.
So you really want to make sure that you have every advantage you possibly can. So using that time edge is very important.
Yep. And I feel, it's just so much difficult to defend this as white. And I think Jiner is going to have a thing here because you need to play fast as well as you need to know the winning plan.
Yeah.
But one important thing to note is the engine evaluation is just -1, which is exactly true because black is a pawn up. It's not like -3 or -4, so it's not completely over. So I think Jiner will need that little bit of extra time pressure or external to the board pressure to win. So I think she should bank on the fact that Munguntuul only has 11 more minutes, no additional time to be received by either player right now.
And I'm sure she understands tomorrow she has white against, and she will be a rating favorite. So good chances to get 3 out of 3. Such an important moment this could be for her if she can convert this. As of now, both players, again, the similar Harika situation, the same expression, the same hand movements, fully tense. I wonder which move she will play. I think c4 seems to be the most obvious choice, just to kind of push that pawn. Very, very logical. You kind of push your pass pawn, push it 1 square closer. "41 minutes now. Whose position looks promising," Vineet says. It does. It indeed does. I love this. Is the kind of rook endgame you want. Ideal. Extra pawn, No stress whatsoever. You're not risking anything. That is the beauty of this position.
Very true, very true. And I think it's so much easier to play from the black side here. And no, like you said, Sahil, it's a stress-free situation. You can always bank on the fact that you have the extra pawn. You can never lose in this position. And you are the tournament leader. So there's some additional pressure on your opponent.
Absolutely.
No moves yet, Sahil. 40 minutes to for Zoo.
C4 seems to be the best move, and I think White will play Rook D8. There is no doubt about it. That was the entire point of pushing that C pawn, sacking that C pawn. Black can even go further, push it to C3, and then the Rook on D2 has to make a critical choice. And as we play these moves, we can see the bar go further down. So it does seem like Black has good chances here after Rook to C2.
Yeah, Rook C2. I think maybe Rook A4, and you'd love to have the Rook on D4. Maybe get a connected pass pawn there, so that once the rooks are traded.
And also, Rakesh, after Rook D4, once the white Rook, if it tries to goes to G8, then King D5, King C4, King B3, and resigns. So very simple path for the king, and that should take care of everything. So I would say Black's plan seems much simpler than White's plan. That's the problem here. Even if there's a draw, it's almost impossible to find.
Yeah, and I'm wondering, what else is Jiner thinking, because it's a longish thing now, about 5 to 6 minutes in, because it's like the most direct and most important line here.
Yeah.
Oh, I know what she's thinking, Sahil, actually. Like, one idea is to play C4. It's the more forcing or making things happen. But I think Zoo is thinking about Rook A4 here.
And Rook D4, yeah?
Yeah, you remember that Bishop E3 check, Bishop D4 idea. So now I want to put in the Rook on D4 and get a protected pass pawn. Also, remember that normally it's better to have 2 rooks if you want to win the game. And 1 rook if you want to draw the game. So that is another, it's actually a masterclass on rook end games, what we have been giving the chat so far.
Yeah, absolutely. And for now, no changes in expression. It's just a deep think. 38 minutes remaining for Black and 11 for White. And the sad part is, as White, you sit there and kind of wait through this, because you kind of know what you're playing next. Rook D8. I mean, you know what you're doing. There's nothing else, and it's worse. And you just sit through as your opponent calculates. You're like, oh, I know what you're going to do. I mean, it's already worse. Let's just put me out of your misery. I think that's also, it feels like a torture basically to get squeezed in this position.
Yeah, it's very tough. And just checking in on some stats, like Jiner has beaten Munguntuul with the black pieces again in the Sicilian in the Women's World Championship in the rapid section, Women's World Rapid. So definitely some extra psychological tricks there for Jiner, and just keeping her supremacy over her Mongolian opponent for Zoo.
I think history often repeats itself, Rakesh, and once you've defeated your opponent once, in fact, Kasparov used to say, when I would meet a young kid who's rising up the ranks, a youngster who could potentially become a challenge, the first time he would play that youngster, he would absolutely annihilate him. Not a rook end game like this, like absolute destruction with some kingside attack, because he wants him to remember what happened last time, yeah? So just to get a psychological edge, so once you defeat somebody once, it's more likely you're going to defeat them again.
Yeah, and not that I knew that back in the day, but I think about 9 years ago when I played Gukesh, I was trying to do the same. I didn't know he would become the world champion, but yeah, I failed miserably, and 9-year-old Gukesh annihilated me when I was already close to a FIDE master, Sahil. Do you have any stories like playing?
Yeah, I think, for example, even for Gukesh, I remember I was playing like a round robin event somewhere. I was in the IM section, he was GM section, and he had one GM norm then. And to get the GM norm, he needed to score 7 out of 9.
Mhm.
And he won the first 7 rounds or something like that. I think first 6, and then he had a couple of draws where he won the first 7 something. So always, I think,
Cruised to it.
yeah.
And yeah, we're still waiting in on Zoo's move. Not sure if I think Rook A4, C4. There's
I
got to
agree.
be one of those two moves.
I agree. C4 is a bit more committal, so you will need to calculate everything. And the fact that she's taking so much time makes me think maybe she's going for C4. Because Rook A4, Rook D4 is the obvious move. So you can play this without thinking.
Yeah.
It cannot go wrong.
So it's like almost a 11-minute think now for Zujana.
Full pressure. I think China is becoming like a global powerhouse in terms of women's chess now, because we see so many strong players, the world championship as well.
Interesting, there was one FIDE list where the top 4 women players in the world were all Chinese, and Zhu Jiner was like somewhere around rank 10. But she's also getting up there, and in fact, we might have a women's world champion again, like for Wen Jun winning her 5th title very, very soon, maybe as soon as tomorrow, because she's also annihilating her opponent. She already has a lead of 6-2.
Yeah.
And it would be interesting to know actually Zhu Jiner's thoughts about that match. Like, was she rooting for Tan Song Yi, the challenger, or the incumbent Zhu Wen Jun there? Like, pretty sure they must be friends and playing on the same Olympiad team.
Yeah, very, very interesting. And I think I personally learned the Sicilian by looking at Wen Junju's games. So I've always been a big fan, and she kind of proving why by crushing her opponent now.
Yeah, true. Looks like she's about to make a move. Rook A4.
Rook A4, yeah, Rook A4. Let's play for choice.
Finally.
Rook A4.
Oh my god, immediately played. Rook D8.
I think we knew kind of what White is going to play. She had no other moves.
Rook D4. Now moves coming in thick and fast. Rook E8 check.
And very important, first of all, you do not want to take this rook because black might take with the E pawn. Now you have 2 connected pass pawns, and I think Zhu could probably win this blindfold. This is elementary, so I think you need to avoid this trade, especially not on D4 at least.
Yeah. So I think one of the ways is just to use your rook and give a check to the black king and see where it goes.
White now thinking. It's such a hard position for Munguntuul. Like, it's like, what do I do? Okay, I give a check. King goes to, let's say, I don't know, D6 or even D5. It doesn't even feel like you're improving your position, right? Because king comes to D5, the king's not moving forward.
Yeah, and I think she looks visibly uncomfortable. If you could just have a different angle or zoom out to show the player's emotion, because we have something covering it.
Yeah. Ish.
Well, it's so tough. No, you are lost or minus. You either have to defend through the skin of your teeth or end up losing 1 hour later.
And okay, she played a pawn move. What?
No way, Sahil. No way this works.
Nah,
Chat. Oh my god, chat. No way.
No, I think this is too ambitious. I feel like H5. She's trying to complicate matters and hopefully come out on top out of those complications. But the problem is she has less time, and H5 means I don't know what black will do. Do you directly take or do you first take one of the rooks, Rakesh?
One of the simplest things, like everybody enjoys the free things in life. So how about you just capture G takes H5? I don't see anything wrong. It's just a simple. And now suddenly you are 2 pawns up as black.
Yeah, that's the problem. And let's say rook h8. Yeah, I try to get one of those pawns back, and likely I will. But now I can focus on my passed pawn. So pawn to c4.
Yeah, and not sure. Okay, Zoo is still thinking, so we have some time to figure out the variations. Pawn to c4. What if you capture rook takes h5 and now pawn to c3?
Pawn to c3, rook c2 has to be played. And now I think this is a critical move. Because king d5, rook f5 is something.
I think I love that plan. You give up your two remaining pawns, but you get your king on this crucial square.
But you really have to be sure about this. Yeah, this is how you lose a winning. This is how I would lose. So I really want to make sure I'm ready to sacrifice. But we're getting more score sheets now. But do you think we're ready for king d5, or do you think we should just wait?
I think let's go. I mean, best part is we can always do a take that. Sadly, not for the players. But yeah, I think viewers, this is what happens after king c4. Even if you are more greedy, king just comes into b3 and white has two pawns, but they are very, very backward. You cannot push them quickly enough. And, even like move like rook c1 and you keep attacking king b2 and this is going to be game over.
This maneuver of the king moving forward, sacrificing all the pawns, literally h5, f5, e5, 3 pawns in a row is something exactly what Magnus would do. And this would be a beautiful way to finish the game.
Yeah, and I think gh5 not yet on the board. Jiner is, it was like Zoo was thinking for 11 to 12 minutes about this rook a4, rook d4 maneuver, where she calculated ideas, like rook takes rook or some crazy ideas. And suddenly out of the blue, Munguntuul has confused her with h5. And it's like how they say, Sahil, if you can't convince them, confuse them.
Or join them, I don't know. Yeah, so h5, a tricky option, but I think black is still comfortably winning, and Zoo will probably take some time to figure the complications out. Very likely she did not consider this move seriously, at least. So
yeah, and I think the reason why you can see an orange color, which is like a small mistake on our analysis board on the bottom right, is because look at the bar on the left, on the board, because earlier it was just -1, now it's -2. And Sahil, that means black is literally 2 pawns up.
Yeah, absolutely. 2 pawns up, and she's ready to sacrifice 3 in return as long as the king gets to b3. So I think you can basically just calculate till the very end here, very end of the game. This is the moment, gh5, that exact variation, it's possible to just calculate till the very end and decide, okay, this is gone.
Yeah, and now she has the perfect amount of time, like 30 minutes. Even if she invests the next 5 to 10, 15 minutes to get there, it's like a dream. And in fact, she sacrifices 3 pawns when she's 2 pawns up to maintain that 1 pawn, which is the star of black's position. And we were talking about c4 maybe 5 moves ago. But even after g into h5, that c4, c3 move is what's going to change the nature of this game.
Yeah. Still waiting for the move there. I think she has to take on h5. The only question is, do you grab the rook first or do you take directly? That's the main choice. You cannot allow the pawn to run to h6 suddenly. Things can change very quickly. So you have to take that pawn.
I think one more thing which might be possibly rook d2 check. Got to recapture with the king. And now gh5.
This is maybe a better version for white, right? Because now my king is stopping the c pawn and the rook h8 wins the h5 pawn. So I would rather not do this. I would rather take the rook on d8 because now my pawn is free.
Okay, so rook d8, gh5. It's similarly, right, Sahil? I can go rook h8. And now, my king is still in front of the pawn.
But now c4. And that one tempo might be the winning option.
Yeah, that might be the big difference. And I feel overall, just capturing gh5 is simpler without the rook because, as they say, double rook endgames are generally winning. And the axiom that we have heard rook endings are drawn is normally for single rook endgames.
Yep. Real choice. You've gone into a deep think. Maybe she saw some variation she's not liking here? It is possible. Yeah, I sense she's about to play. Okay, Rakesh, so rook d8, gh5 or rook d2. Come on, let's go. Choose one.
I think I'll predict. I think she'll play G into H5.
I think rook d8. I'll go with rook d8. Let's see.
Yeah. I think she's still thinking.
Thinking. Okay. White is still as nervous as she was 1 hour back. This is not a comfortable position. She sacked a pawn. H5, the last try. Absolute last try in this position. You can see White's a bit relaxed, even though she's worse, because she knows what to do. There's not many choices for White here.
Munguntuul doing the second best thing that she can do on the chessboard.
Drink water.
Have a little bit of the amazing Bisleri water, keeping yourself hydrated. And she's locked in again. So. But Black is winning this game, I feel, overall. So
yeah. I would love to check out the playing hall as well. I think it looks beautiful on cameras. Would love to see it. And tomorrow maybe we can capture players coming in.
Yeah, that would be great. That's the amazing shot of the playing hall. Spectators are also welcome here at the Fern Hotel, Amanora, and did I see a moon? No. But yeah, spectators are welcome. Feel free to register or email to the organizers if you want to check out what dates and times you can visit. But yeah, players are quite kind and also signing some autographs. And GH5 on the board side.
You are correct, Rakesh Bhai. So today is your day and GH5 played, and now White has to justify this.
And I like what Munguntuul is doing, Rook H8 immediately. Her last 3-4 moves have been immediate. As soon as Jiner has played, she has played her move.
So we are going to possibly see that variation where Black will sack all her pawns, E5, F5, H5, just to get the king to B3, and that is just winning. So
let's quickly show that because we have that saved. So H5, GH5, Rook H8. So like we discussed, Sahil, Black gives up 3 pawns while being 2 pawns up for 1 pawn, which is the queen.
Yeah.
So C3, Rook C2 now is the amazing maneuver with the king. You go King D5, Rook takes pawn, King marches in, Rook takes pawn. Oh, she plays King up. So maybe we can transpose to that variation, Sahil. And it's a mistake.
Actually, Rakesh, the thing is, it feels like a mistake, but the move that the computer is screaming is Rook A2. That is not an easy move to make for White. And even then, it's not completely obvious to me why that is holding. So I think from White's perspective, you want to grab the H5 pawn, right? So that's what you will likely do, and Black will get the same position.
Yeah, so Rook H5, and can you go C4 or no? C4 doesn't work suddenly. Maybe take and C3, and now the point is you can't capture with the pawn, and king takes. Now I have enough time to bring my king across. And you have to remember, if you blockade the pawn with a king, it's much better than wasting your rook there.
It's very interesting now because after Rook takes H5,
Rook H5 played.
The only winning move for Black is Rook to G6, which is incredibly...
I thought she moved her rook.
She plays it. Oh, she finds the only winning move. And the problem is, the king is tied to defending the rook on D2, cannot defend the G3 pawn. I mean, I would not even consider Rook H3 in a million years. I mean, that's not really
that won't work.
And if Rook F5, Rook G3, and somehow you're kind of getting checked on G2, so you will have to trade off rooks, yeah?
Okay, let's say I take.
And I will take with the king, and now suddenly it looks amazing.
this looks over, because now this C pawn is just going to promote.
Usually there would be some chances to draw with exchanging pawns with f4, but the black rook is too active. Rook g2 is too strong. So black here finding one of the only resources, rook g6, great move.
And in fact, Sahil, this idea was non-existent a few moves ago. This happened because white played h5, and I mean, in this position that we have on the screen, pretty sure black could not imagine that her rook will come to g6 and capture on g3.
Yeah.
But it's very good adaptability by Jiner, and she goes in with the king and gets in rook g6.
So we could potentially have two leaders if this game goes her way, 2-on-2, Divya and Jiner. And tomorrow, I think Divya with the black pieces potentially has a stronger opponent, and this could be great news for her.
Yeah, rook f5 on the board, rook into g3. I think we'll get into the results and the graphics very soon, as this game is over. But it would be very, very important. Divya Deshmukh also must keeping an eye on this game, because that determines her strategy for tomorrow as well.
Yeah. And now, is there anything apart from rook d4? Because I feel rook g2 check is incoming. That will lose the rook. So is there anything else apart
King
from that?
e3 is a possibility, maybe.
But king e3,
But now you trade the rook.
yeah.
King takes and you go king d4.
That's the same thing. Yeah, it's the same thing.
It's a better version, I think, because now after rook g2 check, my king is bound to go back to the
Back rank, yeah. Yeah. So this is not really helping. Anything else here as an option?
I think this rook g6, rook g3 idea has just increased black's chances, and just from being a minus 1.5 to -2 position, now it's gone up to -5 actually.
And important to point out, rook a2, activating the rook to potentially check the king doesn't work because of rook g2 check, and you can see that rook hanging on a2. So limited options for white. She has to exchange rooks basically, I think.
Yeah, and I think even though she has only 8 minutes, even if you had 80 minutes, that wouldn't change the evaluation of this position, and I think we kind of predicted it was very difficult for white to defend that position.
Yeah, especially with the time she has, 7 minutes right now. That's not really much. Maybe king d1, Rakesh. I mean, king d. But okay, black can take and play king d4 anyway.
Yeah, we just transpose to the other line.
Yeah, it's the same thing, whatever we do. Okay, so we will have likely two leaders still thinking, white trying to find that one trap, one last resource. But
Munguntuul still thinking.
I don't think it exists, unfortunately. Six minutes, 55 seconds. Now, and actually, if we take the rook on d4, let's try to see it till the end. So rook d4, let's say king d4. And now white tries to, let's say, play rook f8. Yeah, activate his rook for potential checks.
Okay.
So how do you rook d2 check first? Bring the king to the back rank?
Push you to the back rank.
Let's
Where do you
say
go with your king?
King e1, kind of.
Firstly, I can go
c4, yeah?
Yeah.
c4, rook d8 check, and king e3. And that just finishes matters, yeah?
Threatening maiden 1.
And threatening the f3 pawn. So that's over.
Just too many threats for your king.
I mean, I'm sure white has calculated all of this, and she's just kind of hoping for a miracle here, unfortunately.
Yeah. I think she knows the writing is on the wall, and it's just for her it's so difficult to accept, because she felt like, okay, it's minus, but she was in the game. But in the last couple of moves, it's just gotten too difficult.
Losing a rook endgame always hurts, especially with equal pawns, right? You feel like 100% I had to draw somewhere.
Yeah.
Right? Because if you're getting checkmated on king side, you're like, okay, I mean, so many complications. It's a simple rook endgame. You kind of feel you should hold this, but then it really hurts when you lose that.
Especially after hearing the general advice that all rook endgames are drawn.
And winning the first round as well. You have momentum on your side, so it really hurts to not being able to continue that.
Yeah, and I think Also, you spoke of energy preservation there, Sahil, but two long games in the first two games for Munguntuul, and also quite a long flight from Mongolia to Pune.
Yeah. So when do the players arrive, Rakesh, by the way?
On the 12th.
12th.
So we've been there for a couple of days before the tournament started.
Yeah. 4 minutes now. So I think this is just realizing that there's no resource there. But okay, let's say you understand this is lost. What's your move? What's your best try? Or do you resign?
No, definitely no, not resigning here. You've got to fight. Just try something crazy.
For example?
No, I mean, I would take on d4. I mean, that looks like the best option. And after king d4, I would play king f2 first because I don't want to go to the back rank.
Okay, so let's say I play rook h3 because I'm trying to force you to g2. That's even worse than f2, and then my c pawn runs.
Okay, then I go rook f8.
Okay, f8. Now I go check again. Same idea.
And now if I go king e1, we just transpose. So let me try keeping my king active because I somehow want to, capture the two pawns for my rook and then try to promote my own pawn. But we have a move. Let's quickly check it. Rook d4 played, Sahil. Takes, king takes. Whoa.
King takes on the board, and now white has to make the main choice, which this is not a difficult one. This is a painful one.
Yeah. Very, very tough for white. And it's like you're either going to lose in 2 moves or 10 moves.
Yeah. If you had to make a prediction, how many moves do you think game will last?
3.
I would say...
No, not 3 actually. She's a fighter. So 7 moves.
I would say 5. Let's see.
Okay. Also, it's bad news if you are Munguntuul supporter because she's down to 3.5 minutes now. And fans from Mongolia will be rooting for her, but sad to see her go down fighting in this game.
Actually, the venue is literally written on screen, Rakesh. So people know exactly where to be. You can see it.
Yeah. The Fern Hotel at
I just noticed it.
Pune.
Yeah.
So that's why it's an open invitation to all chess lovers and chess enthusiasts. Just got to register with the organizing committee and you can come and check out the playing hall. You can come and say hi to us as well.
Yeah. And a producer as well, who's a very hardworking guy, 24/7.
King d4. Yeah, no moves here.
2 minutes. I mean, she has to play now. It's
so sad, so frustrating.
It's hard, but yeah.
So I have an interesting question. I mean, what would you, if somebody told you, today you're going to lose, or you have high chances of losing, let's say, would you rather lose like in the opening, like in the first 45 minutes, or after this, like a 4.5 hour struggle?
If I'm going to lose, I would rather lose in half an hour because I save time, right? But
you have some chances of.
No, but if I know I'm losing, then I would prefer losing 1 hour because I go back and relax. At least I get some extra sleep there, extra preparation in. But of course, what you're saying is, would you prefer defending like a much worse position rather than? Of course,
rather than taking a gamble early on in the opening.
I think
that's a better question.
Of course, everybody would prefer defending a worse position. At least you have hope. But I think as a chess player, I would say both hurt a lot. There is no preference there.
True. And rook f8. I mean, pretty sure rook g2 check is going to come.
It's the only move, by the way. So she has to play it, but it's the
Let's say that's a great point, Sai. Let's say I am excited. I play c4, and after rook d8 check, black is suddenly not winning.
Yeah.
Because king c3, and I play this amazing only move resource of rook e8.
Yeah.
attacking the pawn and holding the draw.
Yeah, and if rook g5 trying to defend this, now king e3 and the king also joins, and at some point you will simply grab the e5 pawn, and the f pawn is fast enough apparently. And also it's difficult to queen for black, right? Because whenever you try to bring the king out in front of the pawn, I'll give a check and we will have that, weird position. So rook g2 check, very, very important in this position. This is the last moment I feel where black would go wrong, but rook g2 on the board.
The last moment was on the last turn.
Yeah.
So rook g2 played by Jiner. She ain't giving up. I mean, what a dream start for her. 2-on-2, and both of her wins were like pretty smooth from the start, and just shows that Jiner is here to win. And I mean, with her rating and her form, winning the last Grand Prix jointly with Anna Muzichuk, she is definitely playing for those two elusive women's candidate spots.
And also, I think she looks very calm and composed, even though her, sometimes your opponent can be under pressure and it also unnerves you a little bit.
Yeah.
But no stress there, taking her time. She had 45 minutes. She's up 20 minutes of that time. Yeah. Even though her moves maybe didn't require that much time, taking her time, utilizing it well, not leaving anything up to chance.
Very true. And just king f1. Maybe realize, just thinking about what's the best square for the rook, but just keep
anywhere on the second rank.
Yeah.
Anywhere on the second rank should be a simple win, because whenever your king is on the back rank, it's just really bad news in any sort of endgame, especially rook endgame.
True. We might. Yeah, I think the idea for black is just to keep the rook as away as possible from the white king, and then you start pushing your passed pawn here on the c5.
Yeah. At the right moment, if a check happens, you put the king on e3, and the f pawn will also be attacked. So there is no way for white to give checks and defend the f pawn as well. Still thinking.
There you go, rook a2 played, keeping the rook as far as possible from the white king.
Now as white, I think there's not much to do. Yeah, I think you give a check, king e3, and rook c8 maybe, and then king f3 just mate in one, so that's just over. Actually, there's no hope. One minute and 40 seconds now. I think it's crunch time. We might not see resignation for a couple of moves until that f3 pawn is alive. Less than 1.5 minutes.
Yeah, it's now or never. I mean, you're gonna lose anyway.
Yeah.
Throw in a check, try a little.
f4, but I think that really makes it simple. I would just play, I don't know, maybe multiple moves win, but
everything wins.
e4 would be my move, just to kind of have two passed pawns. And what would you play, Rakesh?
Yeah, I love e4 because now we have an umbrella or like a pawn defense from all the rook checks, and then you can also keep checking the white king and then keep pushing your pawns.
Yeah, white not defending passively, going for active defense, but it's still not enough. It's very interesting because if the king was somewhere else active, maybe there were some hopes, but with the back rank, it's not really possible.
I think Zoo knows that she's winning, but just making sure that all her effort of 4.5 hours is not wasted by making one move quickly.
That's the crazy part about chess. You could play like a flawless game, for 5 hours and then just lose it all in 30 seconds. So it's good to take that time to make sure, double check, triple check if you potentially can. And
No, actually, in this position, there is like not even a like White has to pray for a miracle to even get a draw.
yeah,
In this position.
miracles happen, Rakesh. Though remember the miracle from the World Championship.
Rook has to.
I remember, like we were there and everybody thought like it was a draw. Everybody thought it was a draw. Like tickets were sold for the
Tie
tie breaks, and still somehow something happened. So chess is very, very can surprise sometimes.
Yeah, for sure. See, look at that pose by Zo. She's locked in again, Sahil. Not
Yeah.
like chilling or taking a break. She's fully focused. Just wants. I think there's a last piece of calculation that she has to do.
Yeah.
Yeah, F4. So many good options actually. E4, I think is the best. Just push the pawn.
She looks a little more stressed than they should be, though. She looks a lot more stressed.
Yeah.
I would be enjoying myself at this moment, but I think they want to be clinical. Yeah, no mistakes whatsoever. Maybe she missed F4 and she's a bit like critical of herself. Why did I miss
Yeah.
F4? Maybe.
Like where did this come from?
Yeah. She has to make sure again from scratch whether it works.
I think maybe she's thinking about pawn takes pawn, rook captures, and now, of course, it's still winning for black. But there are some funny
Yeah.
lines where the white king maybe gets in front of the pawn.
Yeah, and even though
then it's like
fill
fill it on.
we don't know. I think if you play EF4, you have to calculate till the very moment you queen. It can get complicated. So I would just play E4, like like in a bullet game, because I understand that my pawns are further advanced and I have 2, so that should be enough to win the game. And simple chess is always the best.
Yeah, but I think kudos to white also, like putting up a fight and making sure your opponent earns the win.
Yeah. And also, even if you lose a game, if you feel you've really played well, you've put up a challenge, sometimes it gives you confidence.
Yeah, that is true. Munguntuul was having white for the first 2 games of this Grand Prix. So both longish games, made the most of her chance in the first game, but couldn't defend a good position in this one. And Jiner starting on 2 out of 2. Divya Deshmukh 2 out of 2. When are they both playing? Sahil?
That's an interesting debate. So I'm just gonna check that. So which round are Divya and Sue playing?
Oh,
And-
round 8. Wow.
That's one round before the final one.
That is
So-
going to be a cracker.
And Divya has black, so the colors do matter sometimes.
Yeah. Let's see. She's still got to convert. Like they say, the game isn't over until your opponent has signed the score sheets. So
What if I sign the score sheet while the game is still going on?
you can't. That's illegal.
Really? Oh wow, I didn't know that. Glad to know I'm learning some stuff.
I think there was some incident with Wesley So also writing down a few notes.
Oh, but there was some notes, like some extra stuff he wrote on the.
Yeah, so I think you could maybe sign, but then what if you go for a break and your opponent writes the result? So that's not
A lesson
very-
for life, then I guess.
Yeah, so I think ideally it's just better to write down the moves and the names. That's about it.
We're all waiting for this move. The last critical choice, I would say, for black. Do you trade or do you play e4? I think after this, it should be all smooth sailing. Yash is asking, Rakesh, how are you?
Who's asking?
Yash.
All good, Yash. Excited for the 5th leg of the Women's Grand Prix. And, Let us know, chat. How are you doing? Which player is your favorite, chat? Do let us know their names, and we'll try to focus more on their games in the upcoming rounds. Bro, it's a nice mix of style, like 4 Indians and 6 international stars. So we are having a nice mix of players of youth and experience as well at this India Grand Prix.
Cruz is asking, is there a match tomorrow? Absolutely. I think that will be very, very interesting because 2 players will be in the lead, and we will get to know tomorrow who will take sole lead potentially.
Yeah, and E4 played Sahil. E4,
Yeah,
the best move in the position.
that's the human move. That's a logical move. Less calculation, less risk involved. And
Dude, Munguntuul is going for it. F5 immediately on the board.
yeah, I think that makes a lot of sense. But now, Rakesh, I can play King E3 and use that, F pawn you have as a shield. And
Correct.
it's going to be pawn is simply not fast enough on the F5.
Yeah, I agree, but I just think that what White is doing is actually making Black earn the win rather than just giving. And there you go. We see King E3 on the board.
Yeah.
Idea is just to play King F3 and threaten checkmate in one. Like for example, if White pushes F6, your King F3, there's no time to push F7 because there is Rook A1 mate and F6 on the board, Sahil.
She had no choice because Rook C8, there is Rook F2 check, and I pick up the pawn on F5. So F6 was the only move. And now King F3 should seal the deal for Black. It's completely winning. Mate in one threat. And if the king goes either way, if E1, then E3, and if G1, then maybe even E3 anyways.
Yeah, and then Rook A1 is mate. And if King G1, we still go pawn to E3. She went King E1. Yeah. No, King G1 played.
Yeah, that's a logical move, I think, trying to at least avoid mate in one. And now E3. And if F7, then I think we need a clear way to finish this, Rakesh.
I think I just like Rook A1 and Rook A7. Just eyeing the pawn from the rank.
I think Black has multiple ways. I would even have Rook G2 check being very strong because if King F1, there's E2 winning on the spot. And if King H1, then you're kind of stuck in an absolute corner, and then I can play Rook G7 and that should be game over.
Yeah, I think Zuzan just thinking what's the quickest way.
Yeah, she's close to making a move. Rook G2, I think, is after King G1, of course. First, I think E3.
Oh, there you go, Rook G2 on the board.
Yeah, she played it directly, also works. Rakesh, I think the game will end in the next 5 minutes or so. So how has your day 2 been here overall, if you look at all the games?
Super excited. And it's interesting that we got a result at the start and at the very end. And in the middle, all were draws. So still 2 decisive games, 3 draws. Exciting chess overall. And it shows the way that we will have plenty of decisive chess in this Grand Prix.
Yeah.
Rook G2 check, King, I don't know, we go in the corner, Sahil, or if you come in the center, then E2 is going to come with check.
Yeah, you have to go King H1, and then I think maybe just, pushing the pawn. There is Rook E8, Rakesh, and that's a draw. Wow, a last minute potential twist. Yeah, no, King H1.
Okay,
King H1, and now you cannot play E3.
Wow, I mean, if that happens, I'll lose my mind.
I will lose my mind if that happens.
E3, come on, King H1, E3 is a complete draw because then Rook E8, and now there's no way for Black to stop this pawn from promoting without giving up your Rook.
Wow.
So it's like your effort of 6 hours is suddenly wasted.
Wow, that's why sometimes I think the approach he's following of going calculating everything is pretty awesome. Rook G2, I think White's choice is pretty simple.
Of course, King H1.
King H1.
You have to go
Yeah,
King H1.
there is no choice there. King H1 has to be the move. King F1 will be lost.
32 seconds, Sahil. Come on, do we see that trick? I don't think Jiner is going to fall for it, but it just shows King F1. No.
Oh. But now it's a simple win, right? E3, E2 comes with check.
Yeah.
You have to play Rook E8 now.
Now I think E3 works, but we're looking at Jiner. She's locked in. She's not going to play any quick move.
Question for you, Rakesh. What's the probability if King H1 happened that Black falls for that trap?
A good 25%.
Wow, really?
Yeah. It's just so natural.
I would say around like 5% maybe.
No. I mean, maybe it's classic. Maybe if the timings, the clock times are reversed, then that is possible. Yeah, now I think she can play any move again. And Sahil, one interesting point to note is we were shouting from the rooftops that passed pawn should be pushed and so on. But look at the pawn on C5. It's still there.
It's like the reinforcement in some base camp. Yeah, if it's needed, it will show up. Otherwise, it's chilling.
Yeah, I think Sahil, now the difference is E3. If White plays the same move as Rook E8, like in the other line, now you can't go E2 check.
You actually can, I think.
But Rook into E2?
Yeah, Rook into E2, Rook takes E2, F7.
Oh, and you have Rook F2 check.
So that's like the smoothest way to win.
Check, king moves, and then you just move your king and you capture the pawn. So now I think pretty much everything is winning.
That King H1, I think, was a tricky trap.
Yeah,
like not expected.
That was so brutal.
Yeah. I don't know what he was thinking here. I think E3 is... E3 there's no other move, right? Because you have to play Rook E8.
I think what she's saying is E3, Rook E8. Now what do you do? E2?
E2.
King E1.
Oh, wow.
Rook G1.
Check.
King up. Rook D1 check. King C2. Now my point is you can't queen now because I will take and play F7 and suddenly wins. White is winning.
Wow.
But of course, after King C2, White is lost after Rook D7 and then you just play King F2 and promote.
Yeah. You have to be precise.
Yeah, so the win is here. That's not working, but yeah, that's the win. So E3 is my bet because you see, Sahil, if you go Rook A2, I will go King G1 again, and we are back to the same position.
Super tricky, there's one trap in every variation. So whatever you choose, you have to be careful.
I think kudos to Munguntuul. She found that F4 idea, F4, E4, F5, and suddenly pawn is on F6.
Yeah.
Not going down without a fight.
I think Zeus kind of taking the right approach and not hurrying with anything, taking all the time in the world. She repeats. Wow.
Rook C2, but this time, Rook B2.
Oh, she moves the rook away. That's very interesting. She threatens mate in one again, so King has to...
King G1, I mean, if you are Munguntuul, you got to blitz it out.
Yeah.
There's absolutely no other move. And maybe we might see that King H1 idea, Sahil.
Possible. But I think she will not play Rook G2, right? Because she couldn't find a win here, or she didn't want to try the win here. So maybe she just played E3 next after King G1.
Yeah. What? King E1? What?
She wants to go Rook D8.
Oh, but there's not enough time, no?
Yeah, there's not, because I can switch my rook to the other side now, and it's over.
Okay. Let's see. King
E1.
on. I mean, now you got to push the ball.
Yeah.
Threatening maiden 1, so it's not like White has time to push F7.
He started, at this endgame when Black had like 45 minutes plus. So she's used up a big chunk of her time in an endgame, which looked completely winning. So chess is always super tricky.
Yeah, and I think this is the only game that has been going on for the last 90 minutes or so.
Yeah. I think E3 is pretty normal.
Yeah, E3 has to be played now.
Actually, you can even play Rook B1 check and play E3 with tempo if you really want to.
Yeah, that also deserves consideration. But a very good point for the youngsters if they're watching, on all chess lovers, in fact, that never hurry in end games. Like, take your time, think about it, think about all the calculations possible. I think she's about to make a move. Rook check, king d2, immediately played, and now pawn to e3, of course. Yeah, that's on the board.
Moves coming in very smoothly and quickly. Now king has to go to c2, I'm guessing, to attack the rook.
Yeah.
Now I think rook b7, yeah? Rook b7 just stops the pawn.
Yeah, rook b7, rook b6 also keeping an eye out. But yeah, rook b7 is better, I think, because you're threatening e2. She plays rook b6.
So also works. So f7, I think then you play rook b7.
Yeah, and remember, no time to play king d1 because now the pawn promotes with e2 check. 60 seconds left for white.
Yep, f7 push.
F7, rook b7, or rook f6. Just two moves possible. You have to keep an eye out. You have to attack this pawn as black now.
Or white wins.
Yeah,
So,
only two moves, or else chess is brutal. Like, you can't hurry. Even if you think, okay, e2 and I'm going to promote first, that's not going to happen, Sahil.
Yeah.
Because rook e8 and suddenly white is winning. And of course, Jiner does not allow that. Rook b7 on the board. And this is game over now.
It's very simple because if the rook moves, then the f7 pawn is gone. That's over. And if otherwise, then rook d7 or just e2 directly and you can't stop the pawn. So I think this is the moment then white might resign now.
I think we saw Jiner also get a little bit more comfortable because now she knows.
Yeah,
it's done. It's now it's done. Under 50 seconds. Not much for white. No tricks now. Under 20 seconds now, Sahil.
Yeah, I think. Yeah, she plays, I think, king d3. But just to check, maybe, and then e2, and it's time to resign, I think.
Yeah. Push the check. There you go.
I think we're going to see resignation now. Oh, king c4. Wow. e2?
Yeah. Let's go. Let's push. And there you go.
Yeah. Yeah. There it is. That's the game.
And Jiner wins a very, very nicely played game and is our co-leader after day 2 at the Women's FIDE Grand Prix here in Pune.
Absolutely. She joins Divya Deshmukh, and tomorrow's round will be extremely crucial. Hard fought game, though. I think White did set up a few traps there, as we saw.
That was
very
amazing
tricky
defense.
ones. But Black just took her time, did not really lose her composure, just used like 30 minutes to finish that Ruken game, making sure there is absolutely no hope for White. So at the end, these are the results. You can see 2 results in total: 1 win for White with Divya, 1 win for Black with Jiner, and we had 3 draws, Rakesh. So pretty balanced again, just as day 1.
Yeah, I mean, day 1 we had a lot of results, and today was a good mix. And I feel, of course, Humpy could have pushed a little bit more. And these are some exciting pairings. And I think the highlight of tomorrow's clash will be Koneru Humpy versus Divya Deshmukh there.
Yeah, absolutely. And a couple of very interesting games as well. We have Jiner against Salome, because she's also fighting for the lead. And also, I think Vaishali against Polina also will be very interesting. Vaishali, how does she come back after that loss today will be interesting to see. So very, very important games tomorrow. Rakesh, how many results are you expecting?
I think about 2 or 3 results again tomorrow.
We've become quite modest now. Yeah, I'm going to go with 4 again. I will keep hitting that 4 until we get 4 again.
All right. And I think we'll head into a very, very short break and come back on the other side.
And that was a short break. So hopefully you enjoyed and caught up some popcorn there. And I think it's time to say goodbye for day number 2. So chat, we'll see you tomorrow with some exciting games for day 3. Let's see who the sole leader will be. We'll get that information tomorrow. So Rakesh, maybe it's time to say goodbye.
Yeah, exciting game. And tomorrow, same time, 3 p.m. Indian Standard Time. See you there, chat. Good night and bye-bye.